Well, hello. Let's have a look at me, shall we? Hi, hello, I'm Matt McCallum. We're coming to you live for the EFRA Monaco Electric Track European Championships, live from Roeselare in Belgium. I'll get my pronunciation sorted very soon. Let's take a quick look at the track, and you can see it's raining. Lots of interesting developments going to be happening today. It may only be practice, but it's raining, and that means lots of different things. It means Mark Reinhardt, is that? Stood in front of our camera with an umbrella and no socks on, Mark. He's going to have cold ankles. Yeah, James says that does lead to smelly feet. But anyway, thank you for joining us for the live streaming of this event. We are very happy to be here. We are brought to you by X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sports, Schumacher, Hobby Wing and RCXX Shop. This is the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10th Electric Track European Championships coming to you live from Belgium. And shall we get a quick word from, well, let's see if we can hear from Mr. James Stewart, who is trackside. James, how's it going there?
Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. It's wet. It's wetter than an otter's pocket out there on the track at the moment, which is, as you've alluded to, it's going to make things a little bit interesting later on. This currently that we're running through is practice. This is like practice session 3, if you like. Later on in the day, we've got scheduled in the timetable. We have got seeding practice, 2 rounds of seeding practice. What the interesting development is that we weren't expecting any rain at all today. That was forecast for tomorrow. Now, there is only one set of wet tyres per driver here. So what that's going to mean is that when we get into the practice for seeding later on, drivers are going to have to use those tyres to go out there, but equally, if it's going to be wet tomorrow, they're not going to want to take the best out of those tyres before qualifying. So they're going to have to manage going out there and doing some running on the track with to get a time in, basically, to get themselves into a heat, but equally not taking the life out of the tyres that they might need tomorrow. So it could be a little bit quieter than we expect out on the track. Consequently, you're only seeing a few cars out there at the moment. These are basically guys who happen to have their own set of wet tyres with them. At the moment, we're not officially on the books for the meeting. It hasn't officially started yet, and we'll only do so at the end of this round when we go into seeding practice. So that's why you're going to see relatively few cars out there on the track at the moment. You can see it's very, very slippery. Cars sort of ending up on the grass. This track is they also run nitro here on this track. It's a fantastic circuit, this track here at Roeselare in Belgium. It's about an hour and a half off the Channel Tunnel, so not a huge distance. And it's quite slippery because there's gas cars been running out on the track. There's quite a lot of oil, particularly on the exit of slow corners, where engines would richen up, and as you open up the throttle, you dump a lot of oil onto the track, and then of course as soon as you mix oil and water together, you end up with something pretty slippery. Nice slippery mixture out there on circuit. So we've got 3 drivers out there at the moment. Martin Rasmussen, Xavier De Bruyne and Yannick Romans are the 3. They're all circulating pretty close to one another by the looks of things. Just heading round now underneath the, sort of out towards the main straight, past the bleachers. Not many spectators there today. Of course, it's a Friday afternoon. Expecting more people there this weekend. Just made it up through the banked sweeper. Seems to be carrying a little bit more speed than some of the others. Of course, these are the front-wheel drive cars. We've got 3 heats of front-wheel drive. We'll then get into the 4-wheel drive cars in a little bit. That will be heat 4 onwards. Pretty packed schedule. We've got a total of 16 heats. So 3 of front-wheel drive, we've got 8 of spec and 5 of modified. So it looks like Martin Rasmussen that we're running with. There's a couple of plain white-bodied cars. Just come down the main straight. Gets it slightly wrong, puts an inside tyre on the grass. Hooks the car round. They will, of course, have waterproofed the electronics in these. The front-wheel drive class rules are a little bit variable around the world. What they're running here is a open motor, open speed controller, though in blinky, with a gear ratio limit of 4.5. So it looks like Martin and Xavier fairly close together. If we move our focus back one white car, just pick him up. It's the car of Xavier we'll run with for a little bit. You can see he takes a bit of a higher, faster line. So because there's a bit of a bank sweeper, you'll see it more in the dry. There's kind of 2 ways to be quick round there. You can take the shorter, lower line, but scrub a little bit more speed off, or you can run around there quite high, keep the minimum speed up a little bit higher, travel a greater distance, but do so at a greater speed. So bit of a variance in lines there. It's obviously less risky running around the middle. Because we saw what happened to Martin when he dipped a tyre onto the inside. Into the last minute now for these drivers. Just coming past the stricken car of Yannick Romans, the red-coloured car. Let's give him a few laps. He's braved it out there on track, so he's just recovering. Then we're going to start seeing the quick guys out in the next heat. So Adam Isay is going to be out there. I can see his car already waiting at the exit of the pit lane. So this is the second of the 3 heats of the front wheel drive class. Rain seems to have stopped coming in now, and the wind's picking up, so it'd be interesting to see how quickly it starts to dry out. So top heat being released out onto the track now. Got 3 of them out there. I can see Adam Isay's car. That looks like Stefan Schultz has made his way out there. See who else from the top heat is going to brave it. See, looks like Daniel Perlman is being brought out. Simon Lauter's bringing his car down to put down for him. So we're going to get a few more cars. We're going to have 4 cars out there, I think, this time.
I have a question, James.
Okay, Matt.
Well, this is the front-wheel drive class, right? This is the fronty.
Yes.
This is the more fun, easier class to drive, from what I've heard. But obviously, in difficult conditions, you want 4-wheel drive. So would this be the harder class to drive on a wet track? Harder than 4-wheel drive?
All things being equal, but then you've got more power in 4-wheel drive with the motor. So these are also the least powerful. So probably the lack of power is assisting them slightly.
Got
yeah. So none of these are going to be easy in these conditions, but they're going to be probably approaching corners a little bit slower. They're yeah, a little bit more in control of what they're doing. Looks like we've got a couple of transponders not registering out there. Of course, this is maybe the first time that people are putting their wet cars down, so their transponder in their wet car might not be in the computer at this point. So we're just going to have to see who is out there. I'm just being told apparently it's red hot in the UK, which is nice to know.
It's lovely, yeah.
So, but
it's balmy.
It's lovely, yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yes, it's balmy here as well, but in a different sense of the word. Just seeing out there, you can probably see the prone car of I think that was Daniel Perlman. In fact, there's two sort of minty green coloured cars out there. One, it's Daniel's signature colour, but of course Daniel won the meeting last year in Germany, but it was a little bit drier than it is today out there. Just double check and see who else we've got out there. Olivier Heiser seems to be going pretty rapidly at the moment. He is it's like a sort of whitey grey coloured car. He's just, well, in fact it's lilac, I guess. He is just coming round over through the little chicane now as he crosses the loop and down by the timing tower. So Jim's picked him up on screen. Heading off, yep, down the main straight once more. See what he does. He takes that nice sort of safe middle line round through that bank sweeper. Get through that chicane, you can see he gets on the throttle quite hard there on the exit of the corner, so he had a lot of confidence in that car, what it was going to do, compared to the car directly in front of him that he just caught up and went straight past. So here we go. This is the point on the track where he really got on it and saw actually he braked quite hard there as well. So he got a lot of confidence in the car. Looking at his lap times, he is relatively quite a lot faster than anybody else out there, with the exception of an unregistered transponder. Have to determine who that is because not everybody's running. It's a little bit difficult to pull that one out and pick that one out. He's heading round now towards the rear of Stefan Schultz, so we'll stay with him as he closes in on Stefan. Overcooked it a little bit there, but still managed to maintain a decent amount of corner speed. Back out onto the main straight once more, under the bridge. Bridge of their course for nitro racing. If anybody has a flame out the other side of the track, needs to get the car back to the pits. It's a little bit unsafe for a marshal to be returning the car from the other side of the track, so bridge is a nice way round that. Oliver Heiser still closing in, running round again the middle of the sweeper. Bit much curve there, but gets away with it. Still just trying to edge in towards the back of Stefan Schultz in front of him. Gap seems to have stabilised. Got about 20 seconds of the run left, so I don't think he's going to get to him. Start to see a nice trail of water running behind the car now. So cars being called finished as they cross the line. They'll head round and into the pit lane, be picked up by their mechanics, and then see who goes out for the first heat of stock. See if there's any drivers choosing to brave it, any drivers prepared with wet tyres, with their own wet tyres. Certainly too wet out there on track at the moment to be considering running slicks. There's still some sort of puddles of standing water. It has stopped raining. Just going to have a quick check on the forecast, see if there's anything due later on. Some due around 2 p.m. local time, so in around 1 hour. And then it is scheduled to dry up around by about 5 p.m. So a couple of drivers look like they're about to make their way out onto circuit.
Well, while we're waiting for those drivers to come out, good time to remind you that you're watching the EFRA Monaco RC 110th Electric Track European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium. It is a wet practice day, and it's a good day to buy RC gear. And if you want to go to monacorc.com, use the discount code SUMMER10, and that's the number 10, SUMMER10. It's obviously 10th scale that we're looking at today. Go to monacorc.com, use the discount code SUMMER10, and make your purchases. All of your RC needs can be catered for over there with those guys. Joining us in about 40 minutes, hopefully, here we'll have Stefan Szadzinski will be joining me here in the studio, and we'll continue our coverage throughout the day and weekend with James trackside.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Also quite ironic, because Summer 10 could be considered to be summer off, which is a pretty apt description of what's happened today. Someone has definitely turned the summer off. It's we've got 3 cars out on track at the moment. Again, some unregistered transponders. We've got Boyan Stamanov and Mikola Bedin, and another driver. Unregistered transponder out there. I believe I've just spotted a French flag in his rear window as he went past, which would, by process of elimination, make that Mike Martinez, being he's the only French driver out there. But I couldn't say that definitively is the case, so don't completely quote me on that. But 3 cars out there on circuit at the moment. We are following it's kind of like multicoloured. It looks a little bit like a parakeet heading down the main straight, and very, very sideways. Marshall in some sort of minty green pyjamas get up seems to be going out there to recover him, but really, really loose out there. You can see just sliding around everywhere. Zero traction as soon as he gets on the throttle. Just lights up, the car goes sideways. Seeing if there's anybody that looks vaguely sensible out there. The white and pink coloured car just coming off the bank sweeper looks pretty good out there. Let's just see if we can pick up him, run with him a little bit. A little bit loose there on the entry to a couple of the hairpins. So some of the low speed stuff, just struggling a little bit more on corner entry. It's almost like you're having to put on so much lock, the car's pushing to get the car to turn in. You're winding on so much steering lock, and then just the front tyres hook up and you get that little bit of instability. There you go again, just that little slide of the rear of the car as it's loaded up. But managing to get it round. I think you're never going to have a completely hooked up car in these conditions, but it's manageable. This is actually probably worse than it was earlier on when it was full wet and full raining. We're at a stage where we've got sort of a slightly slick, greasy track. Again, nitro fuel, plenty of nitro fuel laid down on the track. here in Roeselare, and when it's damp like this, that makes it nice and greasy. But big lurid slide off the end of the main straight. Front tyres not really sort of directing the car, they're acting in more of an advisory capacity. Just getting the car roughly where he wants it to go. See, big push then coming onto the main straight, opens it up. These are 13.5 turn motors compared to the 17.5 turn of the front wheel drive class that we saw a minute ago. Starting to brighten up very, very slightly here. Hopefully there may be some dry running later on today if this happens, or if this continues. One minute remaining. There's one other car out there. That's the orange and blue coloured car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He's just conveniently done a bit of a donut for us. Just see more. That looks like a possibly slightly too thick diff in the rear of the car. The over rotation that he's getting on there just as he gets on the throttle. Car looks quite crisp turning in, and then a little bit resistant to change of direction. And there we go, that snap as he picks up the throttle. So that car, indeed, that we were questioning earlier, did turn out to be Mike Martinez, the unregistered transponder. They managed to pick him up and get him registered. So that was or the first heat of the spec class. Control practice done and out of the way.
Fantastic range of nations represented in that particular class, and obviously this is now spec. Now I'm dying to see what the fast modified cars are going to do on this track. Particularly low down in the modifying heats, we might be in for some drifting, perhaps a little bit of crashing. You never know.
It kind of depends, really. I think what the weather, like if it continues to dry out. And a dry line appears, great, it'll be fantastic. If we get any more rain, make it wet again, it will make it slippery. I mean, these are probably the worst conditions. This is just greasy, but already seeing drivers just doing, they're just out there on the track. They're doing donuts as soon as they get on the throttle. The car's just wanting to spin. We're kind of getting to the point in the heat list where it started raining. So for a lot of these drivers, this will be the first time they've been out on a wet track that they're out there. So a bit of a new experience for them. Again, if you're just joining us and wondering why we're sort of seeing a limited number of cars on track, it's a bit of a strange situation with tyres and tyre allocations. There are only there is only one set of wet tyres per driver. The meeting hasn't officially started yet. That will start at the end of this round when we go into timed practice, which then sort of sets the seeding for the qualifying heats tomorrow. But with the wet weather forecast for tomorrow as well, drivers are going to want to keep hold of that, keep all of the life they possibly can do into that one set of tyres that they've got. So they're not going to want to do a huge number of laps, particularly in sort of wet but drying conditions. You don't want to overheat those wets, and then when you need them tomorrow, find that they're getting quite they're pretty worn out, and you've worn all of the tread depth off of the tyre as and when you need it. So the guys that are out there circulating at the moment are the ones that are on their own wets. Of course, you're allowed to run those in practice. It's not officially part of the race meeting at this point. So we've got 4 cars out there at the moment. They're relatively close to one another on track. Just seeing who's coming around, crossing the line at that point. That's another unregistered transponder. We're going to see that a few times, I think, during these qualifying heats as people start running their wet cars. Let's just pick up the red car. So we've got one car back, shifted our focus a little bit. And I think this is the lead car of Emile Halouin, French driver. So French drivers seem to be going quite well in these wet, damp conditions. Of course, not a huge distance from the French border, about an hour from like northern France. It's a fantastic track here in Roeselare. Down the main straight once more. You can see a bit of a divergence on lines. Drivers tending to favour that sort of slightly higher line through that banked sweeper. Carry a little bit more corner speed. Of course, it could just be a little bit of understeer on the way in that's prompting them to do that. Edging closer again, these 2 cars running together. Just seeing who's got that was Brave. Curbs pretty slippery. You can see a slightly tighter line than the car in front through that chicane. They're just trying to get the power down. There we go, just slid through on the inside, so they come out onto the main straight once more. Bit of a lurid drift, and definitely not the way to do it. Put 2 wheels on the grass. Actually didn't lose a huge amount of time. This is the unregistered transponder that's out there. The second of these 2 cars. So we're running with the red car at the moment. But 2 cars in shot. Heading back round onto the main straight once more. Sort of ebbing and flowing between these 2 cars. Nice Larry slide there from Emile. And his pursuer ending up backwards on the grass. See who else is out there. I think we've got the blue and yellow car. Let's just see if we can run with them for a little bit. I think that's Kent Bertelsen, Swedish driver. What's Kent doing? He's just keeping it steady, keeping it on the track. Bit of a Larry slide there. I think catching a few drivers unaware. Bit of understeer there as he heads into the bank sweeper. Sort of pinches the line on exit. So just keeping it sensible, driving around the middle of the track. So everybody being called as finished. They'll be heading back into the pit lane. That then the end of heat number group number, well, heat number 5. Yes, that's heat number 5 that's just finished.
A couple of questions coming in, James.
Okay.
SkyPie is asking, are the 13.5 cars on spec setup, or is it an open blinky?
It's open blinky.
Okay, cool.
So any motor, blinky speedo.
Got you. Smithers 64, is there a different wet tyre for the front wheel drive class? Or are they all on the same wet
no,
tyre?
they're all on the same wet tyre.
Cool.
So, yep.
Kevin Vandell, just a statement, not really a question. Halouin Emile is female. So it's just an FYI there. From Kevin.
Sorry. Okay, that's noted.
Yeah, we pick these things up as we go along, and that is noted.
We do,
now.
absolutely.
We're just going to get a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with Heat 6 in just a moment. I don't know if James can hear me during the VTs, but hopefully I can just say there's 36 seconds left for this. I won't be able to hear James during VTs, but he might be able to hear me just to know that we've got 30 seconds till we come back. And hopefully the viewers can't hear me. Fingers crossed. Commentate to the VTs then and tell you that there are 6 seconds of the VT left, and everyone can hear me saying that. At least we all know where we are, and we're here, and we're back at the track. Back at the track for Heat 6.
Jelle Clausen leading this one, and we think we've just had the a little bit more rain blowing in as well, so track will be getting slightly damper. Let's just pick up this car, about to head over the timing loop now, the white front, green rear car. See if we can identify who he is, if he's got a counting transponder as he comes past. A bit more pace in the car this time. So I think that's Corentin Decret. Just watching him as he heads round. Nice sideways, bit leery. In fact, I can see a car out there I recognise, Julian Yost. He is coming down the main straight now. See if we can pick him up. He is the white front, blue centre, red rear car. Just coming round, about to crumb across the timing line. So Julian, currently one of the quickest cars in the heat. Wind still picking up out there. Julian kind of hanging on. Car a little bit sideways. Bit of a Scandinavian flick into the corner, which is a little bit odd given that he's French. But he's getting it round. He's doing the job. Just placing the car where he wants to. Nice drift there. Seeing who else looks quite speedy out there at the moment. I think car number 4 of Jeremy de Ram. So Jeremy is one car back from the car we're currently following. Let's just see if we can pick him up as he comes round out onto the main straight now. So white front, and sort of greeny yellow centre. Just moves back to the top of the timing sheets. wind really picking up out there now. You'll probably catch that with some of the flags, but car we're following just crossing the timing loop now. Nice sideways drift. So really changeable conditions for these drivers at the moment. Don't envy any of them being out there on the track, just doing what they need to do. Trying not to find out as much information as they can for later on when the important stuff starts. Car's just being called in at the finish now, so they'll be heading back to the pits. Heat number 6, just to give everyone an idea of where we are within the timetable. If you're just joining us, imagine more and more people will be joining us over the course of the afternoon.
Well, really, really challenging conditions there trackside for the drivers, for the organisers, and for our team as well. They're getting blown around like crazy up on the stand that's been erected for them to film from, and for James to do the commentary from. You can hear the wind, but we are giving it everything we can to bring you everything that you want to see from trackside, and you're missing nothing. Less cars on track than we would have hoped, but as James has explained earlier, it's an issue with wet tyres and a strategy of some drivers saving those tyres for tomorrow, which may well be wet again. And a comment from Bruno Desarian saying Belgian EC, Belgian beer, Belgian weather. Indeed, Belgian weather. I'm about to have a Belgian snack actually. A few information.
Stroop waffle, or is that Belgian?
Yeah, well, a Belgian waffle, yes. I am going to have a Belgian
Yes,
waffle.
okay. So, we've been hearing some Belgian waffle this morning. Sounds like a title for a podcast, doesn't it? Of a bit of a wrap up after the event.
Belgian waffle, yeah. Well, I was thinking it'd be a Belgian podcast, but then it'll all be in Flemish. So, yeah.
Well, again, wind really picking up. As Matt has mentioned, you can probably hear a little bit of the wind noise going on in the background. It's pretty blustery. You can see the flags of all of the competing nations here within EFRA. They're fully cracked in one direction, so a bit of a headwind as you come down the main straight. Occasionally the weather really can't make its mind up. We get occasional bright spots coming over the track, and then it is getting sort of a little bit overcast, and we get some rain coming in again. Just watching the sort of teal blue coloured car. Let's just pick him up as he crosses the line. I'll try and figure out who he is. Of course, not everybody running race numbers either. That looks like it is the car of Nick Vranks, who is, let's have a look, Belgian driver. So good chance he's got some experience here at the track. Let's just see as he heads around across the timing line once more. Yeah, that is the car of Nick Vranks that we're running with. There's a couple of sort of tealy blue coloured cars out there, but he appears to be the quickest one. Out onto the main straight, down the main straight once more. Just actually slows down quite a lot more into that bank sweeper. So potentially using some local experience here. You can kind of see the curbs that he's comfortable running and the ones that he is definitely trying to avoid. I think there's pretty much only the one that is directly in front of us. We'll mention it when we get there. That was brave, a little bit of a sort of two wheels on the grass. So it's this curb here that we're just crossing. He seems to be quite confident taking a big chunk out of that. Of course, there's no steering lock applied as you're heading across that. So less likely to upset the car than when you've got steering lock wound on. Again, very, very low as he comes around that sweeper. So he's taking a lot of speed off on the way in and then turning in. That's going to be helped by the headwind aimed at him as well. So just catching and passing. Higher line that time, but tucks in nicely underneath that traffic that he's passing. And you can see he pulls a nice gap there, but overcooks it, gets the car a little bit sideways. But Nick Franks stretching away at the front of this heat number 7 of the 13.5 spec class. Not necessarily massively faster than anybody else, just really consistent. You can see how greasy the track is. And when you're out there driving in conditions like this, it's so variable. It's different every single lap that you're out there. You approach a corner, you do exactly the same thing you did the last time, and the car just does something completely different. It's just building the confidence, trying to figure out what he might have underneath him later on if he goes out there on his sort of official set of tyres. At the moment, they'll all be running their own wets that they've brought along. Lot of curb there he's just taken again. Heads out towards the main straight once more. At this stage in the run, you kind of know that you're on a good run as well at this point, so you're just determined to bring it home. Just finished that one, has Nick Franks. So waiting for everybody to come across the line, get called into the pits.
Well, there we have Heat 7, Control Practice 3 in the books. Only 3 drivers opting not to run in that particular one. Thank you for watching. Thank you for commenting along, everybody. It's great to have you with us. This is the EFRA Monaco RC Electric Track European Championships 2024 coming to you live from Belgium. Look at the weather up there in Belgium. And on here, it's dreadful. Changeable, that's worse. We like heavy rain, we like beaming sunshine, but we don't like these mixed conditions. As James has been saying, it's very difficult for the drivers to work out what to do, and it's not what we want to see. Over here, I'm down here, hello, in the studio in the UK, and beaming sunshine coming through the window. It's absolutely glorious here. It's actually a little bit warm, but I do want to make a quick announcement, and regular viewers will be aware of what this means. And sorry if I'm about to blast James's ears, so I'm going to move the microphone away. And welcome a new hero, a new RCTV hero, Des DZZZZ. Welcome Des. There we go. Welcoming a new RCTV hero to Herodom. And we'll head back to the track. Cars are on track. Clock is running. Back to James as he tries to unpick what madness just happened over in the studio.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, talking of the weather, I think it's come as a bit of a surprise. I mean, as you're probably catching glimpses on the screen. A lot of the drivers have come in their shorts. as well today. They're just getting out there on track, been released out there, seeing who is quick at the moment. Starting to see some recognisable names. So Laurent Halloween looks like he is quickest at the moment, or Maxime Ripoll now moves to the top. Let's just pick out one of those as they cross the line. So Laurent is the white-fronted sort of blue and orange centre car. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. See if we can pick him up. Laurent is the quickest car at the moment. Laurent still leading this one. Through the bank sweeper, he's catching the blue and white car directly in front of him. So if we can identify who that is as they cross the loop. I think that was Stefan Romens that he's catching. Maxime Ripoll has hit the front with the 6 car. Let's see if we can pick up Maxime. He is the white front, yellow centre, blue rear car. He's just coming down the main straight now. So this is the lead car of Maxime Ripoll. See a little bit wayward there, coming off the corner. Just wanting to keep the car circulating, keep the car on the track, get an idea of what you've got underneath you before we get into seeding practice later on. Maxime starting to catch up with some traffic. He'll be on them in a couple of laps. So referee will be, of course, informing drivers that there's a faster car approaching. Got Mr. Mark Burgess refereeing this weekend. Very experienced EFRA referee. Maxime then nearly comes into contact with another car as he comes out onto the main straight, but he is just running around still, the white front, yellow centre, blue rear car. But we have him on screen at the moment. He's the first of those 2 cars in shot. Just over 1 minute left. A little bit sideways there off the turn. See if we can pick him up now, just as he comes out on towards the main straight once more, down the main straight. There goes our leader, Maxime Ripoll. One minute left for these drivers. Actually, just starting to see some very tiny dry spots appear in the pit lane. Track still looks very, very wet. But going to be looking for some light coloured stuff. It's clearly way too wet still for slick tyres. Maxime Ripoll leading this one, just going to cross the line and he will be done with his run. Heading back into the pits. So that was heat 8 done and out of the way.
Well, there we go. Heat 8 done, and we thank to all of our sponsors. This is the EFRA Monaco RC 110 for Electric Track European Championships 2024, and we are sponsored by X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and RCXX Shop. And speaking of sponsors, let's hear from one of them now. There we go. And we are back. Lots of comments coming in, which is great to see. Fabien Barranger was cheering on Maxime Ripoll. Rory Holler, Turtle RC Racing, says, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out for James. Who's shouting out James? Tony Wade is saying hello, James. And Sean Colburn, I miss touring car here in the Midwest. All we really have is off-road. Good luck to all the drivers. Well, there we go.
No, good
mainly
to hear people
mainly
are
on
watching.
road here. Mainly on road for this event, unless they do hit a bit of the grass and get a little bit off-road. But the idea is that this is going to be an on-road event.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I would hope not too many people, although it's pretty slippery and slick out there at the moment, although the sun has just come across the, over the track, so might start seeing a little bit of a dry line appearing. Who have we got out there at the moment? Stefan Schultz is out there. So Stefan his body shell's quite distinctive. It's white and blue. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is leading. So he's just coming round through. About to come to the timing line now. There we go. We've got Stefan's car on screen now. So really bright out there now, and actually someone just loitering and waiting for Stefan to come past. So trying to pick up a bit of a, not necessarily a tow, but just trying to get an idea of where Stefan's quick and where he isn't. Stefan Schultz leading this one from Jeremy Delalondre and Matthias Raskol. Giovanni Mogwes running in 4th position, Jacques Libar in 5th. There's 5 cars circulating. Stefan that we're running with, just as he heads around out onto the main straight once more. Oh, a little bit wide there. Where's he going? Just a little bit of understeer as he's just trying to keep that together. Bit Larry and a bit of a donut there. He kind of overcorrected. Kept it on the track though, didn't end up on the grass, so didn't really require a marshal. Bit of a Larry slide. It's a voyage of discovery for these guys every time they go out on circuit, out onto the track. Lot of curb there. Popped it up on 2 wheels. Again, you can probably get away with it there. That's about the only curb that you're comfortable taking that big a chunk out of, because you've got no steering lock applied at that point. Bank sweeper once again got in nicely, but then just sort of ran out of traction at the front and exceeded the tyre's slip angle. Just wanted to go straight on. Heading up the banking. Still maintaining good minimum speed though as he comes down the main straight once more. There we go, there's that little bit of push. just keeping the car moving, making his way past some traffic. Stefan Schultz still leading this one. We should have a little bit more track action later, particularly if it dries out. We've got at the moment people not necessarily wanting to go out there on wet tyres. They're wanting to conserve wet tyres, and if the track remains wet, we may well be seeing that for the seeding practice later on as well. People not wanting to go out there and put too many laps on a limited set of tyres, because there's also wet weather forecast tomorrow. So people will be not wanting to run wet tyres in dry-in conditions, just so that they can preserve that one set that they've got. They don't want to run them in drying conditions, take the best out of them, then find that they're no good in the actual wet when they come to use them tomorrow. Stefan looking pretty comfortable out in front on this one though. Just catching up to some more traffic. Going to start seeing some recognisable and some sort of, well, Stefan Schultz himself is a sort of a recognised driver, but some more recognisable names going to start to creep in. That's everybody done, and cars just heading back into the pit lane. Getting set now for heat number 10. Stefan Schultz taking that one.
And there you see on your screen Stefan out in front with his 13 laps and the rest of the drivers behind. And yes, this is of course control practice. Time practice starts an hour from now. That'll be time practice. That's when things get a bit more official. And we'll have 2 rounds of time practice, and that will take us all the way up till about 10 to 7 p.m. local time, and we'll be with you right the way through to that. Keep your comments coming in. It's so cool, all of you getting involved on the chat. We try to read out as many of them as we possibly can. Get your questions, comments, thoughts coming in. Amazing to have you with us. It's a great day here live streaming on RC Racing TV and EFRA.ws. It's amazing to have James Stewart trackside watching the action. He's wet and cold and we're nice and warm in our hot studios. So sorry to the guys on the track. They're doing the best they can under the circumstances. Oh, and I see the track is open, so I'll go back to James.
I'm not sure we're wet anymore, Matt. I would say mildly moist is the is probably the description. But yeah, it can't seem to make up its mind what it's doing. But we've got Ollie Payne out there. Looks to be going relatively quickly at the moment. He is the all-white coloured car, just about to cross the timing loop now. And Lucas Ellerbrock also looks like he's got some pace in his car. So let's just watch as they come out onto the main straight. So Ollie is the lead of those 2 cars. I think Lucas is 2 cars back. I'll confirm that as they cross the loop this time. I know definitely Ollie is the all-white coloured car. And the car immediately behind Ollie is Enrico Young. And then Lucas Ellerbrock is the 3rd car back. So Enrico just very leery, very sideways. Coming out onto the main straight. Let's run with the sort of white and blue coloured car, the second one that's just got it all kinds of wrong over the curb for a little bit. That's Lucas Ellerbrock. Lucas looking like he's got some decent lap speed in his car. He is currently running second to Ollie. Ollie seems to have actually got it hooked up. Ollie, of course, here a couple of weeks ago for some practice at the Belgian Nats. Let's just pick up Ollie again. Ollie is he's the lead white car, so he's just about to cross the timing line now. And he's coming round out towards the main straight now, so Ollie's going to be the first car down the main straight. Keeping it nice and low. So Ollie's car looking fairly settled, fairly planted. He's got a lot of confidence in that. Being very, very smooth in picking up the throttle. Just looks good as he comes down the main straight. Bit of a pinched, sort of tight line on the entry. But just edging away, nearly off the outside of the main straight there from Ollie. Let's see who else is out there is going quite quick there. Looks to be Enrico Jung and Lucas Ellerbrock, like one set of cars back. They're just about to cross the timing line now. Let's see if we can go with them. There's two of them doing, looking almost balletic out there as they run around. I think this is Enrico that we've got on screen as he comes down the main straight. So a little bit more push up the banking. Just keeping it down. There's looks like possibly some dry spots starting to appear, but there are still some puddles as well. Bit of a mixture, but really sideways there, coming out onto the main straight. Got Lucas Ellerbrock right behind him, and in fact Enrico spins the car completely. Ollie Payne now with a fairly massive lead out in the front of this heat. Just being sensible, he's picking his way past traffic. Everybody else seeming to want to investigate the scenery. But Ollie's kept it moving. But nice, super clean line from Ollie. Let's just pick him up on screen. He's just crossing the timing loop now, just round under the screen as he's heading out towards the main straight. So he's the all-white coloured car just entering the main straight now. So if we can pick up our lead car of Ollie. He is the second of those two white cars, just coming past and across the timing loop. In fact, Ollie's just finished, so he'll be coming back into the pits. And that's a little bit embarrassing for someone, just spinning off on the line just before they cross the loop.
Well, there we go. That was heat 10. And I can see some awesome transponder testing going on over the line there. Some cars being rolled past, you can see in your shot there. Anyway, this is the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Thank you for watching, and let's take a quick word from one of our fantastic sponsors. Fantastic lineup from X-Ray there, and I reckon fantastic place to buy that would be at monacorc.com. So I would recommend, if you're going to go and do that, to use the discount code SUMMER10. Get yourself a discount. Because it is summer, well, it is here in the UK. You might not think that if you look at our other shot over in Belgium, but it's certainly very windy and a little bit wet. But James's trackside soaking it all up for us.
It is wet.
Just in case you wanted to see that again. Back to you, James. Sorry about
that. No. Okay. Simon running. He is the all-white coloured car just coming onto the main straight now. He's being chased by Max Mackler. Max running race paint. In fact, Simon's just done a donut, causing Max to anchor up. Let's run with Max for a little bit then. The white front, sort of blue and orange coloured car. So Max choosing to run race paint, which makes our life easy and therefore guarantees that they'll get some coverage, because we can quite easily identify the cars. Lot of curb there, bit of over rotation for Max, and Simon closes in on him. So Max and Simon kind of getting in each other's way. Neither of them looking quite as planted as Ollie Payne did earlier on in the previous heat. So suspect Ollie's going to, certainly in terms of wet times, is going to be right up there. Couple of minutes left. Simon still leading this one over Max, who's just done a donut. So Simon is the sort of one car in front. Let's see if we can pick him up, the all-white coloured car that was one car in front of Max. There we go. So we've now got Simon on screen. So Simon Lauter, defending champion from last year. Again, done a little bit of practice round here. He's now looking quite calm, quite collected. Starting to see little dry spots appearing out on track. So it may well be dry by the time we actually get to the seeding practice later on. We might have a sensibly dry track. It might actually resolve a few dilemmas for people in terms of tyres and what needs to go on. Ollie Bultink running in second position now. Let's see if we can spot Ollie's car. Just waiting for them to cross the line to check who's... Ollie is, I believe, that was Jesper Rasmussen. So Ollie is one of the other all single coloured cars. So I think they're together on track now, actually. Yep, that is Ollie and Simon on track together. So the two white coloured cars, as they come round, they are the two quickest cars out on track currently. Max Mackler actually sort of charging back up towards them. Max got some good single lap pace. Some very good single lap pace from Max. He's on a 21.3 compared to a 21.5 for Simon. So if Max stops putting it on the grass, he's going to be really, really fast. Something to watch out for in slightly slick conditions. Simon finishes that one. They're all just trailing into the pits. So that is our spec practice done for the day. We'll be going into seeding practice.
There you have.
Ready for modified.
Just half the field went out for that one, although it does look like, to me, it looks like it's drying on track. Seems like it's calming down a little bit, James.
It is definitely drying, Matt. No, it is definitely drying, although that kind of makes it worse in a weird way because it's still too wet for slick tyres, I think, to get the necessary heat into them. There's still a lot of wet patches out there, but equally you don't want to be running your wet tyres through those dry patches because they're a really soft tyre. You will overheat them, and then it's not so much of a problem at the moment, but then when you get into seeding practice later on, because the drivers have got one set of tyres for the one set of wet tyres for the weekend, they're potentially going to need those wet tyres tomorrow, looking at the weather forecast, so they wouldn't be keen on doing a huge number of laps on them. But as you've identified, it is certainly drying out there and getting ready to go. So cars are running at the moment out on circuit. Let's just get an update on who is where. So Daniel Tomashenko leading this one from Christophe Lefebvre and Matthew Dambreen. Looks like we've got 5 cars out on track, but only 4 counting at the moment. So someone potentially not got a transponder in their car. Daniel Tomashenko leading this one. Let's just see. He is the yellow coloured car, is Daniel. So he's just coming out towards the main straight now. So that's our leader. The yellow coloured car, just getting sort of slightly sideways, a little bit of a wobble on. He's running around in front of Matthew Dambreen. So first lot for the modified cars. Huge amount of power down the main straight, but power corrupts completely. Very, very sideways. Comes out onto the main straight quite nicely. Does the sensible thing, gets on the brakes at the end of the main straight. Daniel Tomashenko still leading this one, quite comfortably, coming through some drying patches out on the circuit. Wind still picking up, got a little bit of hesitation there on the throttle, got very slightly sideways. So coming in with like 1.5 minutes remaining. See if we can pick up the car of Matthew Dambreen, the number 7 car. He is running in 2nd position. Just pick him up as he crosses the timing line. Get a track on where he is. So that's it. Just waiting to confirm as he comes round. So Matthew is the sort of pink and yellow coloured car, just coming out onto the main straight now. Let's just see if we can run with him. Matthew gasses it up and gets a little bit sideways coming out onto the main straight. It's a bit of a donut for the crowds, but keeping it moving. Daniel Tomashenko way out in front on this one. So coming into the last 30 seconds now for these drivers. Just trying to get an idea of what they've got underneath them. Definitely some dry patches appearing out on the track. So if it continues to dry at this rate, they're going to be on a very, very different circuit come the start of seeding practice to what they've just encountered in time practice. Daniel Tomashenko taking that one by a couple of laps in the end. So good pace from him.
Amazing. Well, good news. Stefan's here, so we're going to have guests in the studio. Have a little bit of a chat in between each of the heats. But in the meantime, we're going to check in with the fantastic associate members of EFRA who help fund and pay for streams like the one you're watching now. So we'll see that now.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends,
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the oh, he makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Walters going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Leading Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's Figueiredo rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Balestre's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Craxton is just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's caught the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Volkers is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined the team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
And we're back with James.
So we've got Martin Wouters leading this one. He is like the putty grey coloured car. Let's just see if we can get him up. He is coming out past the bleachers out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is our leader. It's a, yeah, I guess putty grey is the best way to describe it. And best way to see what's going on out there. But he's coming out through what looks like a bit of a dry patch, or a couple of dry spots. It's really definitely appearing now. So it won't be long before, I would imagine, if it's drying at this rate, by the time we get towards the top heats of modified, I would think they'll possibly be looking at going out on slicks. I mean, you wouldn't want to go off. You wouldn't really want to be going offline on the grass, anything like that. You don't want to be going on the grass at any point, but you don't want to be going offline on slick tyres when it is damp like this. But if there is a dry line appearing, those guys will be able to make the most of it. And leader coming in down the pit lane now. So I think he's having a car exchange. Indeed. So change of car. Give him an opportunity to feel what's underneath him. So change of car, see what he prefers the feel of. That's going to obviously move a different driver to the top. That's Lauren Van Leeuwen, the number 7 car. Let's just see if we can identify as they come round. Trying to pick up Laurent's car. Okay, Laurent's car is the white front, yellow centre, orange rear car, just coming onto the main straight now. So just down the main straight, there we go. That is our new lead car. Just trying to feel out where the grip is, where the traction is. See the dry stuff appearing quite consistently now. It's just getting more and more and more. So pretty certain that if it continues to dry at this rate, there will definitely be someone trying slicks by the time we get to the top heat. Should be relatively obvious when the lap times start coming in. They're already a couple of seconds quicker than they were earlier on. Down in the 19s. More and more cars appearing out on track. So Lauren Van Leeuwen takes that one from Frank Dambreen. And Martin Wouters will be in 3rd position.
Well, sun's coming out in Belgium, and fantastic news. We're joined by Stefan in the studio.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. Yep, good to be here.
It's good to have you here, and we are watching the action live from Belgium. Seems like it's drying out now.
Yeah, this is the track's not at the point where you're on wet tyres or dry tyres, and levers are the best option. So
yeah, exactly. Changeable conditions is not what you want.
Yeah,
and they are limited. They only have one set of wet tyres each, so that's why a lot of people are not running today, or running very minimally, because they want to save them for qualifying, where it's forecast to rain even more tomorrow.
Oh, great, brilliant! It's just what we like to hear. But no, I mean, it's still good to go out because you're just keeping your thumbs in.
Yeah.
Or your fingers in if you're using a wheel.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. What would you be doing? Would you be going out just hell for leather going around the whole time, or would you be quite tactical with your tyres at this point?
Personally, I'd be going out and just getting track time.
Yeah?
Yeah, especially if I've not driven the track before.
Just getting out there.
Maximising my runs, yeah, definitely.
Running your dry tyres in the wet so you could save that wet for when it actually counts, when it's qualifying, or would you just be doing a bit of both?
In those conditions, I'd just be on dry tyres, sure.
Got you. James, we can see, I mean, it seems like the sun's coming out, but you can tell the wind's high because we can see the shadow of the wind farm hitting the track.
Yes, that's not it's not a giant helicopter. It is actually yes, there's a wind farm next to the track, and you can see the fan blades running across it. But like Steph said, at the moment, the tyres don't count. You don't have to be using tyres from your allotted sets, but then when it gets into time practice, which sets the order for the heats, you will need them. I think at the rate it's drying out, I think they'll dodge that particular bullet and they'll be able to go out there on slicks. You've got a couple more heats of mod, so if it continues drying at this rate, I think like Steph said, I'd be probably risking slicks at this point. I wouldn't want to be using a fresh set of wets out there on a track like this. If I had a well-used set of wets, then maybe I'd put them on there and just sort of run down the inside of the main straight on the still slightly damp stuff. But yeah, it's certainly at a point where slicks are a viable option, I would think. You just got to be a little bit careful that you don't take too much in the way of curbs with them, and keep them on the just make sure that you keep them on the dry stuff, on the dry patches. But Alessio Meniciucci leading this one from Andy Murray at the moment. Just going to have a look and see if we can pick him up, see where Alessio is out on the circuit. So Alessio and Andy, I think, are running around together. They're the two white cars. There's a bunch of white cars. They're just coming down the main straight now. So I think Alessio is the middle of those two, the one that's just done a complete donut. Let me just double check so they crossed the loop. Yeah, that was Alessio that did a donut in front of Andy. But wind really picking up down here now, down the main straight. That's going to make it really twitchy, big headwind that you're driving into as you want to turn in off the end of the main straight. So you lift off the throttle. It'll be like throwing a parachute out the back of the car. Coming down from a much greater speed, of course, with these modified cars. Andy Murray running out in the front on the track, but it's Alessio Meniciucci, so he is the second of the two white cars. There's a red and white car sandwiched in between them as well, although he's just got out of the way, so we've now got Alessio on screen. So Andy trying to get away from him, break him on the split. Not quite managed it yet. So Alessio went in. That was an interesting line. Sort of did a backwards J turn. Would have lost a chunk of time there. So I think that's going to have promoted Andy to the front, and indeed it has. So let's see if we can move forward one white car. So Andy is just heading out towards the main straight now. He's kind of by himself. So looking a little bit lonely there is Andy. But keeping it moving. Heads out onto the main straight once more. Lap times just coming down and down and down all the time. Andy looking pretty comfortable out front. She's going to start trying to close in on the car in front of him. So we'll stick with Andy till the end of this one then, as he comes out onto the main straight, down the main straight once more. Andy's finished that one. And Alessio's just crossing the line. So coming in to the pits.
Well, there we go. Heat 14 done. We've got 16
heat number
heats
14 finished. Getting set for heat number 15.
There we go. Heat 14 done, as James says. We've got 16 heats in total, if what I'm looking at is correct. And I thought there was an error with the timing system, but is it the case David Ronefalk is in the next group? Is that right?
Yeah, David Ronefalk's here.
Wow.
David Ronefalk is racing. Yeah, a little bit lost. Well, but you know, David's out here and running and racing. We'll have to remind him, obviously, avoid the grassy bits.
Yes, yeah, and the jumps. Avoid the jumps as well.
Yeah, yeah. That's a banked sweeper at the end of the main straight. It's not the first part of a triple. It's
Indeed, yeah. Stefan, what's your split? What have you focused on? You've done electric and nitro, right?
Yeah, so this summer I've had a very quiet summer.
Mm-hmm. Because you've had a busy summer, is that why?
Yeah, busy summer in my personal life and stuff. Yeah. But coming back for winter with electric, but I was doing 200 mil.
Right.
So last year I was doing 200 nationals and the ENS. But yeah, I think next year it's looking like I'm going to make the step up to 8 scale.
Nice,
yeah.
Nice.
So looking forward to that.
Do you think that 10th scale class is kind of petering out a little bit?
It's strange because it's actually really popular in like France.
Right.
And if you look at the entries for the ENS in Leno, they've got huge numbers.
Yeah.
But in the UK, it's just it's dying, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because it's such a good class to do, especially if you do electric touring car and 200 mil.
Yeah.
They go really well together.
Do they?
With a 200 mil nitro, it kind of drives like an old, heavier touring car electric from a few years ago, but you can just absolutely drive it on the limit.
Amazing, amazing. We'll get more on that in a minute. We'll hand back to James for the track action.
Thank you, Matt and Steph. Mattia Kalina leading this one at the moment with the number 7 car. Just going to see if we can pick him up. Right, he's the sort of putty grey coloured car, again coming out onto the main straight. It's a little bit ill-advised. It's kind of almost tarmac coloured, which is not the best coloured car to use on a tarmac race. But Mattia leading this one. Mattia also quite well known as mechanic for Andy Murray. Not Andy Murray, Michael Olowski. Andy Murray's the designer. The three of them working closely together. Mattia himself, very quick driver in his own right. Come out onto the main straight once more, down the main straight. He is closing in. So almost certainly on slicks now. You really wouldn't want to be running your wet tyres at this point, so I think we may have dodged that particular bullet that we could have seen with people sitting out the seeding practice. They'll be cautious, I think, is the term of the wet conditions. Antoine Brunet has hit the front now with the number 3 car. Not everybody got their numbers on at the moment, but just trying to keep an eye on where Antoine is on circuit. We'll have a look at him in a moment. So Antoine is the, let me just double check, he's one of 2 cars out there that I've spotted. So Antoine is the white coloured car that is just coming down the main straight now. Let's see if we can run with him for a little bit. Antoine leading this one. Down in the 16.4, his fastest lap. Remember, a couple of heats ago, we were up in the 19s for the modified cars. So track just getting faster and faster and faster. Of course, as we get further up the heat list, the drivers also getting quicker. Antoine stretching away at the front of this one. Mattia Kalina running in 2nd position, finding his way through some traffic. Chrissy Krapp in 3rd position. Dan Robbins is running in 4th. And Oliver Havranak is running in 5th position. We're running with Antoine Brunet. Out of the main straight now. See Carr taking that nice low line through the middle of the sweeper. Out of the main straight once more. Let's have a look. Gets on the brakes, turns the car in, just hugs the inside line. Here he goes again. Got himself into a good rhythm. Just running in splendid isolation out there. No one really anywhere near him on track. Everybody fairly evenly spaced. David Ronafout not having done any laps. Looks like Harley Eldridge was an early retirement, as was Remy Callens. So just the 5 drivers out there on circuit. Antoine has finished. So all getting set for the top heat, which is, imagine we'll have a few more people joining us for this one.
So Stefan, you were saying this is basically a dry track for the UK.
Yeah, this is like as good as it gets, really. Yeah.
But also, you have in the UK, you have a few tracks where they run like they do here, electric and nitro on the same track, and that's when it's chaos, when it's wet on a nitro track with electric cars going around, sliding through all that oil.
Yeah, it can be a nightmare. You've just got to like basically do the complete opposite of what you want to do and drive totally off the line. So as wide as you can, just missing any curbs, and yeah.
We were talking about 1/10 struggling maybe a bit in the UK. Do you think GT8 is kind of killing it off for people going over to GT8?
The problem in the UK is we've got guys who run 220, like the cheese wedge shape. Mm-hmm. We've got guys who run like a 235 wide body, and we've got a few who run a 200mm, like your classic 200mm. And the problem is there's not many drivers, and we're all diluted between
all the different classes. Yeah.
So it's quite difficult. Even to have nationals, and because we have to like run all the cars in the same heats, but then they've got different like corner entries, and it can be a bit interesting.
I bet that was interesting.
Yeah.
All the different cars go around the track, look like Le Mans or something.
Yeah, literally.
There we are, top heat. Who will be? Oh, they're on the track now. So we'll go back to James.
Top heat of modified is running out there. So some recognisable names: Mark Reinhard, Bruno Coelho, Lucas Urban, Alex Hagberg, Ronald Volker, Eric Dankel, and Yannick Prumper. So bunch of recognisable drivers. They're all out there on the circuit. Bruno looks like he's got himself into an early lead. Let's see if we can pick up him. He is running race paint. He is the white front, orange roof. Bruno from Mark. In fact, Michael Orlowski running in second position now. So it should be quite a showdown. Bruno and Michael have kind of been each respectively clearing up over the course of the summer in different classes, or different races, sorry, same class but different races. Haven't raced each other a huge amount, so we'll be super interested to see how they both get on this weekend. Running with the car of Bruno at the moment though, and he is closing in on, that looks like the car of Ronald, I think, and Ronald's practice colours. We'll confirm this time as they cross the loop. And yeah, indeed, it was Ronald that he's just caught and passed. So Bruno now setting off after his teammate Alex Hagberg. So he's going to be closing in on him. So let's see if we can pick up Alex. Actually, he is the white and green coloured car. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. So Bruno will appear in the back of shot pretty shortly. And then up and past him. So Lucas now running in second position. Lucas Urban, he is... Let's just check where he is. He is another white and green coloured car. So I think he's just about to cross the timing line now. Let's see if we can pick up. That is indeed Lucas. Just checking that wasn't Yannick Prumper, but it is Lucas as they come down the main straight once more. So this is Lucas, current second place man. So 15.5 best lap from Bruno so far. It's a 15.7 from Lucas. He's 16.0, so half a second quicker. Bruno is currently than Michael on a hot lap. In fact, they're the only two drivers. Bruno with a 15.5, Lucas with a 15.7, and everybody else looks like they are beyond 16 seconds. So Bruno and Lucas looking like the class of the field in these drying conditions. Still very, very windy here at Roeselare. So let's go back to Bruno's car. Bruno, the white and orange coloured car. Let's just run with him again, our leader. 1 minute 20 to go. Still Bruno from Lucas. Mark Reinhardt pops up into third position now. He's just pinched that off of Michael Orlowski. Bruno just trying to stretch away at the front. Looking really good, just conserving speed. One of the key things about these top modified drivers is they almost don't look fast. They just so calm, so in control. If a normal person tried to drive one of these, they would look like they were all over the shop. So huge, huge speed off the end of the main straight. Bruno comes down once more. Just coming up towards the last 10 seconds. It's still Bruno from Lucas. Michael's nicked third place back off of Mark. So Bruno has finished, Michael has finished. Lucas pops up into second position. And in fact, Mark Reinhardt does get third on the last lap. So 19 lap runs for a bunch of the drivers.
Well, that was the last time on track where it didn't really count for anything. So obviously we're going into time practice next. So I guess no surprises. there. Bruno's super fast.
Yeah, I'm actually given the last few months. I'm actually quite surprised. I thought Orlowski would be at the top.
Well, it's Orlowski's birthday. We're told. James,
really?
James, have you said happy birthday to Michael Orlowski yet?
I haven't said it on stream. No, I didn't. I wasn't aware of it.
It's his birthday. Well, according to, if social media can be believed, it's Michael Orlowski's birthday.
Well, I remember going to ETS races in about 2010, 2011. I know Michael was racing in the Tamiya junior class.
Really?
And winning. Yeah.
Wow.
And back then they said, yeah, he's one to watch, and here we are.
They weren't wrong.
Nope.
Thanks to everyone who's tuning in and watching along. It's great to have you all with us, commenting as well. Redline RC, Raceway, watching in South Africa. Matthew Mead saying hello to Tony, because Tony already commented say hello to James, so there's a bit of a hello tennis going on. Loads of fans of Maxime Ripoll. Matthew Lax says afternoon to James. That's one for you, James. Billy Fletcher is saying, who's the sexy man with you, James?
Must be you.
Well, of course, James is trackside.
I believe he's. I'm trackside. I think he was probably referring to Mark Young, his de facto father-in-law. But yeah, I suspect he probably saw him on the stream, stood beneath us. So yes, Mark is. In fact, Mark
was talking about
will be on
Stefan.
track in the next thing.
Mark's first race abroad, I think.
Mark's first race abroad. Wow. Matthew Mead saying, Stefan, bonjour, my friend. Mon ami.
Bonjour.
You are watching the EFRA Monaco RC Electric Track European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium. We have a bit of a small gap now whilst we move to control practice, which I think will be kicking off fairly soon. I did promise you earlier a quick look at the EFRA associate members. Now I pressed the wrong button. Now I'm going to press the correct button, and we are going to hear from the associate members of EFRA, which is always a good thing to do. So we'll do that now. So just figuring out the times here. There's obviously a bit of a brief pause on the track, and time practice kicks off at 3 local time. So that is in about 10 minutes. So you've got a choice. We can watch some action, some historic action. Do you want to watch some really old stuff? You're talking about Michael Orlowski back in, when was it?
This would have been like 2011.
2011. I've got 2012 Stock Euros, 2013 finals highlights. Should we have a look at some racing from 2013? And we'll be back with you right after this.
And they're off into the first corner. Good start there from Volker. A little bit of power in this sneak round. Ronald has a nice clean lead. He's leading from Hagberg. Harper now looking more at Hagberg than Hagberg is at Volker. Groskamp in fourth. They seem to have gone off exactly in order. Harper in the orange car, Hagberg in the green car. The white and blue car is the machine being piloted by multiple European champion, but not current European champion Ronald Volker. The current champion, there wasn't an event last year, is Mark Reinhardt, currently in fifth, and the current world champion this is currently in fourth. But the top three have gone away, and in fact now Hagberg's starting to get much closer to Volker, and Elliott's been dropped into kind of a no man's land of third. And it's all about the first two. It's been about these two from the moment we arrived here in Portugal. They were first and second every single qualifying round. All 5. It was 4 qualifying wins to Volker, 1 qualifying win to Hagberg. But Hagberg did get the fastest time we saw, and it was set around this time of the day yesterday. Hagberg really concentrating, really driving it down. He's got a little bit closer each time. He just got the Durango G wrong again, a bit too wide. But perhaps that's what he's doing. Perhaps he's trying to carry speed. Takes a lot of curb, spinning down the straight. Now, that's the time being. That white line there, that's where they'll be finishing in 2 laps' time, where we may see the first leg of the European Championship go to Ronald Volker. Hagberg is closer, but he had that kind of a poor couple of laps in the middle, and he dropped off the back of him. Whilst he can now start the pressure, he is going to need to find a perfect run in leg 2 if he's going to give himself a chance this European Championship. Hagberg is as close as he's been, apart from about 4th lap in, but it's going all the way around, and Volker picks up the first round. And Hagberg says get more aggressive in the first corner. Volker's got away clean. There's problems at the back, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 get away 1, 2, 3, 4, and Volker comes in the first one, goes a bit wide. Can Hagberg make the most of it? Hagberg much closer than his first 2 curves of the lap they go through. Harper also then suddenly there's been a split behind it. There's been a problem with Groskamp as well. So 1, 2, 3. That's all it's all about. We'll tell you who's. I think Katova's going to 4th. It's not important obviously because it's all about the front of the grid. And we're looking now first and second straight down again. This gap it looks bigger as obviously as they go faster. As you see that in Formula 1 as they power away at corners. But become the parasol now. They're really close. Great break and turn there from Hagberg, but Volker seems to have it all controlled. But Volker really is literally half a mistake from losing his position. Applause for a pass down the back, but who cares about this? It's about the European Championship at the front, over the timing line, and we are now entering what should be the final lap. It's the last lap. Hagberg looks inside. It's the last lap. Can he do anything about Volker now? He goes up. Can he get a scale move? No. Volker has got to do the straight. He's got to turn the corner. He's got to go across the toe beam, and he gets it. Volker, European champion. Brilliant driving from you. Brilliant driving from Alexander. Tell me what's going through your head lap after lap after lap as he's that close to you?
I just tried not to make a mistake, not to give him too much space, and he puts a lot of pressure after 2 or 3 minutes, and I'm really happy that it's now over.
Well, congratulations, you are the European champion. Is this the first outdoor you've won? Is it 2007 you last won?
2007 and 2010. But,
see, 3 times outdoors, twice indoors, 5 European champions. Ronald, congratulations. Thank you very much. Well done.
Well, there we have Ronald taking the win back in 2013. Got any predictions for this one?
For the event overall?
Yeah.
I just can't look back past Orlowski at the moment.
Yeah.
He's in his Marc Marquez era for MotoGP fans out there.
I mean, he's even been touted as one of the potential favourites for Nitro Buggy Worlds, which is insane. I mean, he's a proper outsider, and he doesn't really have a Nitro Buggy sponsor, but he turned up at the last Worlds and did pretty well.
Yep.
He won the 1/8 e-buggy Euros. Didn't have a sponsor. I mean, he was driving a kind of a Schumacher prototype, but the guy can drive anything.
Yeah, he's a bit of an alien, to be fair. A bit of an alien. He always was.
You say that though, Steph. Yeah, you say that though, Steph. You think he's got a win coming? I don't know. Given the meeting he's had, he's heading for a B final somewhere. He's heading for just one of those meetings where you clean up all year and you win practice events and everything like that, and it just feels like at some point it's building to just a meeting somewhere where it all goes disastrously wrong.
He's definitely due on like a H-main or something. Yep.
Yeah. It's
well, that's where you find out if he's a true sportsman as well, isn't it? When it all goes wrong, and let's see if he's still got those great attitude.
Exactly.
All I want to see from Orlowski is race paint on the track, please. That would be nice.
Yeah, it must be quite hard for you, James, to be fair, in this modern era of electric touring car, to actually pick drivers out.
They're not the easiest. It tends to be, when someone crosses the loop, checking that their transponder has registered. That just gets a bit more complex when people put out wet cars and they haven't put the transponders in. Or they haven't entered the transponder in the computer, so you get a bunch of unregistered transponders appearing. But we'll muddle by. We'll get through today, and then it should become easier tomorrow. So cars setting off, and the aforementioned Mark Young is sort of heading out round the circuit now, and off down the main straight. So this is now sort of officially on the clock. This is what sorts the actual seeding for the qualifying heats tomorrow.
that we're going to see. It's 3 consecutive laps rather than speed over a run. So key is probably going to be sort of finding some opportunity to, get some space on the track. Mark has made the best of that. He's kind of run and hid out at the front of this one so far. So Mark Young leading this one, just coming out onto the main straight now, down the main straight. So the white front, kind of burgundy red rear on the car. A little bit sideways, a little bit leery. These are the front wheel drive cars. Slightly different rules everywhere around the world. These guys running blinky, so the 17.5 blinky, sorry. But it's open choice of motor and a fixed gear ratio. So Mark just cutting his way through, carving his way through traffic. Looks like, let's just confirm, second position looks like Carlos Pinhal. No, Patrick Room is running in second position currently with the 7 car. So let's just confirm as Patrick crosses the line. In fact, Gabriel has hit the front now with the 6 car. So changing round now as they're just crossing the line. Stefan Delise now hits the front with the 2. Let's move 1 car back from Mark onto the number 8 car. That's Darryl Osborne. We'll run with him just while I identify where our lead car is. So our lead car is the number 2 car. He's the bright orange coloured car, just coming round up to cross the timing line now. So this is our leader. Fairly distinctive, comes out onto the main straight, just cuts in underneath some other traffic and actually puts himself offline, ends up on the grass. It's okay though, you're looking for 3 consecutive laps, not your best overall run. So putting it on the grass for a lap or a couple of seconds within a lap isn't going to be too injurious. Stefan still leading this one then. Pretty much, particularly in the stock classes, by about this time into a run, that's you kind of done on 3 consecutive laps. You wouldn't expect to necessarily go any faster. You're running on slick tyres, you've taken the best off your additive. More importantly, in spec, you've taken the last sort of couple of sort of millivolts out of your cells. So you're going to be struggling for that last little bit of power that you need to launch yourself up the order. See if we can spot the 6 car running in second position. So he is the all yellow coloured car. So as Steph alluded to just in that chat we were having, single colour body shells. Practice shells, not a huge number of people running race paint. Running with our second place man at the moment, Carlos Gabriel Dopinhal. Top 3 laps. Stefan Delise is, what is he currently? 104.115. Gabriel we're running with a 104.295. Mark Young running in third, a 104.347 over 3 laps. Drivers just finishing.
So they'll be bringing it into the pits. Getting set for heat number 2 of 3 of the front-wheel drive class.
Slight corrections that need to be pointed out through the chat. Billy Fletcher was indeed referring to Stefan, so let's not take that away from him. That was a direct reference to the sexy man on screen is Stefan, so that's fine. No offence, Billy, that's fine. I don't mind.
Tenors in the post, Billy. Cheers.
Cars look much quicker and composed nowadays, says Jorge Andres Rodriguez. Much quicker and composed, I guess.
I guess that depends who's driving them.
Yeah. That is true.
If someone wants to hand me a transmitter, I can show you an uncomposed car. I would argue it would probably be a decomposed car after not that long. But
back to kit form.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Return to component form.
Billy also says Frankie's here watching Grandad.
Little Frankie.
There you go.
One to watch.
There you go. Some other French comments which I won't butcher with my attempt at reading out. When are you racing next, James? Obviously you don't tend to race the Euros because you talk on them.
Personally, I tend to just sort of focus on 1/12 scale. So I'll be doing some club meetings and then into the sort of the BRCA 1/12 National Series. Booking in is open to that if anybody does fancy, and any international visitors, if they fancy, then drop someone from the UK, one of the UK races, a message, and we can help organise travel and everything. And first one's in your neck of the woods, Matt, West Bridgeford, so not far away at all.
Wow, might come and have a look.
So that taking place in October, end of October. But back to what's going on track at the moment. Peter de Grande with the 4 car. He is leading this one at the moment over 3 consecutive laps. Just watching. Fortunately, the organisers have done actually a really good job here with some nice big race numbers. That's making it nice and easy for us to spot. Although, there we go, 4 is the pink coloured car. So it's Larry Pink, or as David Gale would say, Canary Red. Looks pretty decent for Peter de Grande. Some good speed in that car. Looks pretty planted, if I'm honest. So he'll be hoping to put that, probably thinking that over 3 laps he's got a good shout of getting that into the top heat, and from there you've got a good shout of moving up into the A final. Not one of the known names, but Peter, Belgian driver. Alexander Van Gansen running in 2nd position with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can see him. He is, in fact, he's 1 car in front, so he is the all orange coloured car. Let's just run with Alexander for a little bit as Peter closes in on him. Watch as they come out towards the main straight, get an idea of who's got their gearing right, who's got their gearing wrong. Pretty similar, to be fair. Gap between them remaining fairly constant. Looks like maybe a little bit more traction for Peter off of some of these slower corners, but he's not taking massive chunks out of time. In fact, Pavel Stazowski has got himself up into 2nd position with the number 3 car. He is the all yellow coloured car. He's just crossed the timing loop now. So let's run with Pavel for a little bit. Pavel's car now looking pretty hooked up as well, actually, and I think he's actually edging towards the car of Peter de Grande, who has set the fastest 3 consecutive laps, but maybe Pavel's got a slightly better 5-minute car. Of course, the seeding takes place over 3 consecutive laps, but it's a time over 5 minutes that's going to be required for qualifying tomorrow. So catching and passing a bunch of traffic. It gets out of his way quite nicely. So top 3 cars are kind of locked together on track, and I think Pavel is definitely closing. It looks like he has got the quickest car over a run of these 3. So closing in on the pink car of Peter de Grande. And Peter dives out of his way. So Pavel Stazowski now giving chase to Alexander Van Gansen. So it's going to be a bit of a shock there for Peter. He's sort of top of the leaderboard, but found that someone's caught him and passed him. So Pavel definitely one to watch. Pavel now closing in on Alexander as they close in on some more traffic themselves. So that is in fact, they've just finished. So that worked quite well for them. That was Martin Rasmussen that they were just catching, just closing in on. So everybody just finishing as they're coming around and crossing the line, coming into the pits. Getting set for the top heat of the front-wheel drive class now.
Fantastic. Top heat, as James says, of front-wheel drive coming out for their first time practice of the day. We will be back with you in a very short moment. We'll just get a word from X-Ray. And there we go, that's a word from X-Ray. You can see the drivers from Heat 3 on your screen now. This is the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10 electric track European Championships coming to you live from Belgium. Thank you to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. Top heat out now.
Yep, Daniel Pohlmann will lead away as last year's winner. So Daniel gets almost a rolling start there as he was late coming to the line. Daniel running the minty blue coloured car. Stefan Schultz, Adam Isay, Oliver Heiser, Frederick Hovgaard, Nicolas Delise, Marc Valent and Jacques Libar. Drivers taking part in this. So, a couple of laps in. Daniel Pohlmann, winner from last year. Looks like he's got a little bit more push on exit of the corner than he'd like. It's not disastrous. It just looks like he's, if you watch on the exit here, he's just like washing out in the middle of the corner, just not quite able to pick up the power, pick up the throttle. I think Adam Isay is going to be the quickest driver, and he is. So let's move back one car to Adam's car, the number 3 car of Adam Isay. So you can see where Daniel was just having to wait to pick up the throttle off that corner last time. Adam's car is, well, he's just
gone past a little mistake there from Daniel, but you can see Adam's car just looking like it has a little bit more traction off the corner. He can get on the throttle a little bit harder without the car washing out. Very important. It's important in all cars, but particularly with these front-wheel drive cars. You've got no rear drive to dictate where the car goes, so it's all on the front end. So Adam Isay going quite nicely. In fact, Stefan Schultz has got himself to the front now with the number 2 car. So let's see if we can pick up Stefan. He is the white and blue coloured car, but he's just crossing the timing loop now. So Stefan with the number 2 car. Again, Stefan's just found himself a nice clear bit of track. Will be wanting to get himself up into the top heat, as you'd expect. This is the sort of de facto top heat. This is the sort of based off of the results from last year. Hence Daniel Perlman being given the top seed as the defending champion. So Stefan Schultz from Adam Isay, Nicholas Delise running in 3rd position with the 6 car. Let's see if we can spot the 6. He is the all green coloured car. So let's just see if we can pick out the all green coloured, like the fluoro green coloured car. Crossing the timing loop. And noticing that the wind starting to change direction around the track. Nicholas down the main straight. He is chasing the car of Mark Valent at the moment. And the pair of them look like they're closing in on Daniel Perlman. Daniel really struggling for steering and the ability to get on the throttle on the exit of the corner. Stefan Schultz from Adam Isay from Nicholas Delise. Would imagine now that this is going to remain fairly constant, fairly locked in over 3 laps. A little bit of a sideways wobble there, but he is completely clear of traffic. So our 3rd place man. Let's pick up the leader again, the 2 car, the white and blue coloured car, so he's 2 cars back. So just sat tucked up under the pink car as they come down through the sweeper, and he's just past the pink car. So if we pick up the 2 car as he crosses the loop. Stefan Schultz with 40 seconds to go, leading this one from Adam Isay. 19.0 best lap for Stefan, plays a 19.2 for Adam. Just coming through and crossing the line. Stefan Schultz taking that one then from Adam Isay and Nicholas Delise. Jacques Libar in 4th position, Frederick Hovgaard in 5th. Then Daniel Perlman, looks like he's struggling a little bit with the front end of that car. Mark Valent and Oliver Heiser.
Seems like the wind's picking up again. You can certainly hear the wind playing havoc with the tent that is covering the camera position currently, but yeah, you can hear it all cracking off.
We can kind of tell that the wind has changed direction because there is a sewage processing plant
lovely,
opposite the track, and when the wind changes direction, you become aware that it's coming from that direction. Let's say.
That is wonderful. That's something we wouldn't have known from just watching. So it's another great thing to get.
We're suffering to bring you this coverage. We are. Yes.
It's great. And you've got a wonderful motorway as well to look at, all the cars flying past and lorries and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's quite an empty. It's a very glamorous sort of industrial estate we're on the edge of. So the track facility itself is absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure if you've ever been here, Steph. It's not a million miles away. So no,
not one
something you've raced on.
No,
I'd recommend it. It's a pretty awesome facility and very set up for nitro and gas racing.
It looks really fun for modified as well.
Yeah. It's fast, it's open. There's some nice elevation, nice bank sweeper off the end of the main straight. But we are watching the first heat of stock at the moment. So I think we dodged a potential tyre bullet. Obviously, it's dried out in time for everybody to be on slicks, and we have no concerns about needing to use the wet that everybody's saving for tomorrow. So that one's worked out as best as anybody could hope. Who have we got leading this one? We've got Mikola Bedin, I believe, the number 3 car. Let me just double check that. Yeah, it is Mikola Bedin, Ukrainian driver. So number 3 car, let's just see if we can spot them. It is the red and sort of green coloured car, the kind of thing that you paint with whatever you've got left in your garage. At the end, as he comes onto the main straight, it's that's something that you paint the day before a meeting with whatever you've got left in the shed, I think, rather than. But it's distinctive. It's not one colour, so we'll let him go with that. And no matter, he's going fast. And in fact, I think Mike Martinez now has moved to the front with the 1 car. So let's just see if we can spot the 1 car. Yeah, the 1 car is quite easy. The 1 car is lurid pink. Fairly easy to spot. Mike Martinez, quickest over 3 laps now. Just running with him, and he is chasing the 9 car who is running in 3rd place of Boyan Stamanov. So the 2 of these guys driving each other on. That looks, not sure if you're quite seeing the essence of that on screen, but off the end of the main straight, Mike Martinez's car, it's very, very light, it looks, as he goes through the bank sweeper and the kite. There we go. The rear end did come around. I thought that was going to happen eventually. He was just about hanging on, just gives it a little bit of a shake. But check that he's okay. He's still leading. He's still done the fastest 3 consecutive laps, which is all that matters at this stage, and can do you some favours to just have a little bit of clear track in front of you. Don't necessarily want to be getting too involved, but Mike's car now starting to look a little bit loose. So whilst he's done 3 Hail Mary laps with it, you wouldn't necessarily be wanting that as a race car. Of course, he has been off on the grass, which would be damp as well, so potential for some slightly damp tyres, not doing exactly what he'd expect. But we're down to 2 cars circulating at the moment. So what have we got? We've got the 6 car and the 9 car. Let's have a look at the 9 car, because he's in 3rd place overall of Boyan Stamanov. He is the orange coloured car. So
just the one car lapping at the moment. Oh, in fact, the second one's just joined him. The 6 car's joined him, but we'll run with Boyan Stamanov as he comes down the main straight. Boyan Stamanov, a little bit sideways himself there. Just down to the 2 cars running. There's Boyan finished, just waiting for one more car to cross the line. There we go, everybody finished. So only a couple running at the end of that one. Again, 3 consecutive laps, so getting to the end of the run doesn't matter as such, but it's still nice to have that mentally in your head to know exactly how the car's going to be working come the end of a run. In a qualified run in a race tomorrow.
There was talk, James, of having some qualifying today, was there not? But I guess that's now definitely not happening.
It appears not, Matt, no. The timetable, I think that was sort of looking at the rain, if it was dry all day today and looking at the rain forecast for tomorrow, but I think it's now sort of settled that it's going to be in all day tomorrow. So it's just going to be just the sort of practice and, well, what we're into now, which is the seeding practice.
Indeed. Have you done much? We're into spec now, obviously, Stefan. But have you tried front wheel drive?
No, I've never tried it, but it's really taken off over Europe and especially in the UK.
Yeah.
The nationals are really well populated, which is always nice to see. I think it's actually a really good class. I like it, especially for juniors as well.
Yeah.
Because it encourages really close racing, especially at like clubs around the country. So I think it's a good class to teach, like to learn racecraft and having that really close driving because the cars are so similar in speed, all the same speed.
Yeah. You get some fantastic door-to-door races in this particular class, which I do love.
Yeah, I mean, Fronty is the Fronty that you're seeing here is a little bit different to the Fronty that you guys will be familiar with at ETS, because there they have the spec sort of powertrain ESC and motor, and various places have got spec ESCs and motors, which we don't have here. We've just got a fixed gear ratio instead. So top speed is still very similar, but it's a bit more of a how quickly you get there in what we're running here. So subtle difference, but I think the class is still in the early stages of developing, and I think once everybody's kind of unified on a set of rules, it will make it easier for more people to adapt and join in. At the moment, we have got heat number 4 out on track. Heat number 5. This will be. This is the first lot of time practice for these guys. So Adrian Antomarchi is leading this one with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can spot the 1 car as they come past. So 1 car is the all yellow coloured car. Heading round, giving chase to the 6 car of Emily Haluin. And Emily's done the right thing. She's pulled out the way and let him past. So Adrian Antomarchi leads away down the main straight, closing in on some more traffic. Benjamin Brassey with the 3 car is running in second position. Let's see if we can pick out the 3 car. So 3 car is the yellow, blue and white coloured car. Sorry, orange, blue and white coloured car. Just heading out onto the main straight now. So through that bank sweeper as he closes in on some traffic. A little bit of hesitation there. That was the 7 car of Nuno Huber. Getting out of his way, so a little bit traffic's got out of his way quite nicely there. Down the main straight once more. Car hooking up pretty nicely, turning in off the end of the main straight. Little bit, looks arguably a little bit loose. He's hanging on to it, but you wouldn't necessarily want that in a race situation. Certainly by the time we come to Sunday. Okay, the traction should be better by the time we get to racing in finals. You shouldn't get that little bit of over rotation, but yeah, you want the confidence in the car, particularly when it comes to racing it. Over 3 consecutive laps, it's not so much of an issue, but he's hanging on to that okay. Third place, we have got the 4th car of Santiago Ichari. Let's see if we can spot the 4 car out there. So the 4 car is, yep, we've just picked him up on screen now. So into the last minute now for these drivers. Unlikely to see a massive change in the order. Again, with these spec classes, you're doing pretty early on your best 3 laps. Just coming up for finishing times now. Adrian Antomarchi is going to take this one from Benjamin Brassey.
See how that's stacked up on your screen right now. Dwayne Billings says, I like this, no jumps, with a kangaroo emoji. Yeah, there's no jumps. There's not supposed to be any jumps. Well, username wise, I'm not sure. Either MRST or Mrs. T. I'm going to say Mrs. T says the windmill shadow is annoying, lol. It is quite annoying. James, is there anything you can do to... Can you ask the club to turn off the windmill? Is that possible?
I mean, the windmill may be powering the club.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. So the windmill
that would be a plot twist. Yeah, that would be a plot twist, wouldn't it?
It would. Sorry about that, Mrs. T or MRST. The windmill is unfortunately a necessary evil. It is slightly annoying having it on the track, but there's very little we could do about it, nor can we do about the gale force wind blowing into the microphone. At times, there's not a lot we could do. These are the conditions we are working in. But yeah, have a great day. Thank you. You have a great day too, MRS-T, Mrs. T.
She ain't getting on no plane or whatever.
Exactly.
Exactly. No, just I am actually trying to duck out of the way behind a wall when racing isn't on to try and cut down the wind noise on the microphone. But yeah, it's fighting a bit of a losing battle, I think. But it's pretty windy. It's pretty windy. Fortunately, the wind has changed direction again. from. It's not now. It's blowing towards the sewage farm, not like the sewage farm blowing towards us.
That's
so
good.
that's that's good. It's preferable. Yes, it's definitely preferable. So it is. It's certainly not as fragrant up here as it was. It's out on track at the moment. Who have we got? We've got Victor Litvinenko leading with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can spot him. Yep, there's Victor, the kind of sky blue coloured car. Sky blue and fluoro yellow. That's a interesting colour combo. In fact, Julian Yost has got himself up to the top of the order. Julian with the 6 car. So 6 car is the white front, blue rear car. Down the main straight now. That's our leader, Julian Yost. And Christoph Lieber running in 2nd position. We're still running with Julian at the moment. So he's navigating his car around the track. Just trying to place it exactly where he can. Exactly where he wants to. Corentin de Kret hits the front now with the 5 car. So Corentin is the all-white coloured car. He is currently following a sort of orange and yellow coloured car. So we've got Corentin now at the front. This should kind of settle down now. And Corentin, not sure exactly what he did there. He did a nice donut, turned in, thought he'd corrected it, and just disappeared off over the top of the banking. Slightly damp tyres, a little bit loose. Everybody looking a little bit wayward out there now. I don't know if... actually, looking at the flags, the wind's changed direction, so... it's now blowing from behind us. It appears to be unsettling a few cars through the sweeper. Let's see if we can pick up the 3 car of Jelle Kloosen. See if we can spot the 3 car as they come past. There we go. The 3 car is the dark blue coloured car. This car running in 3rd position at the moment. Just have a look, fishtailing wildly as he gets on the throttle. So Corentin from Julian from Gel. Current running order. Again, don't expect to see too many changes later on into these spec runs over 3 consecutive laps. One minute remaining. Corentin de Kret still leading this one. We're running with 3rd place man Jelle Kloosen. And well, bit of a mistake there. Too much curb. Dropped off the back of the curb into the grass and just flicked it over. Ended up back on his wheels. Just coming up for finishing times. Corentin de Kret already finished. As is Jelle Clausen and Julian Jost. Corentin de Kret taking that one then. That was heat number 6 of 16.
Just Stefan Kalbright not going out for that one, and it's time practice for heat 7 now. We run right the way up to Group 16 are the top of the field, so we have 16 heats, and they're having 2 rounds of time practice today. So that will take us all the way to 10 to 7 p.m. local time, 10 to 6 UK time. Do the maths wherever you are in your part of the world. And speaking of parts of the world, amazing having Mrs. T saying good laughs from Palmer, Alaska. Fantastic. Thank you for tuning in from Alaska. Overseas tracks are great. Yeah, they are. I guess every track is overseas to somebody. So they all have their quirks to a degree. Who else have we got watching? Lots of talk of Grandad. What's that about?
That's Billy Fletcher, so Mark Young,
right,
who's racing his little lad, Frankie Fletcher's granddad.
There you go. There you go. And the track's opening. We don't get long in between these
track
heats.
Is you don't know. No, they're marching on between them and releasing people. And again, it's only 3 consecutive laps that people are doing. So it's just trying to, get people out there, get people with space on the track, find a gap. Look who is quick. They've only done 2 laps so far. Rick van der Acker at the moment. Looks like he is quickest with the 1 car. So let's see if we can find Rick. He is the sort of yellow front, then red, then a little bit of chrome, then a little bit of white. And Jim's done an awesome job of picking him up with that somewhat convoluted description as he comes down the main straight. So Rick looking pretty good, looking pretty comfortable out there. That was a lot of curb there that Rick took. And he's just got that slightly wrong coming out onto the main straight. Still got the time in the books though. Over 3 laps. Let's see who is looking like getting close to him. Doing a bit of a refresh. So Rick is on a 53.278. Adrien Violette is on a 53.575. Johan Bukowski 53.613. So there's a pretty strong times from Rick over 3 laps. Let's see if we can pick up the car of Adrien Violette, the 3 car. There's the 3 car, one of the all white coloured cars. So this is our 2nd place man, Adrien Violette. And we seem to have a bit of a camera curse going on at the moment, that whenever we pick someone up, they're making a bit of a mistake. He took 2 stabs in it off the end of the main straight then. Sort of turned in, realised it was too much, turned out of it, and eventually kept it online. Won't have been the speediest lap, but he's already got 3 together. Rick van der Akker still out in front over 3 laps. Adrian Violette, who we're running with, still in second position. Let's see if we can spot the 6 car of Johan Bukowski. Looking to see if we can grab the 6 car. He is another one of the all-white cars, is Johan. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is Johan running in 3rd position. Rick van der Akker, quickest over 3 laps currently. From Adrian Violette and Johan Bukowski. Tom Adams got himself up into 4th position. Down the main straight once more, just starting to close in on the back of some traffic. Coming towards the end of their run. So it should be most drivers entering their last laps now. They run for home. Rick van der Akker has finished. So Rick van der Akker taking that over 3 laps from Adrian Violette and Johan Bukowski.
The action is coming thick and fast. I think everyone's getting their eye in now. Everyone's kind of finding their way around the track. We're not seeing any like major mistakes. Or...
No, they'll all be into just fine-tuning the setups now. Yeah, getting them dialed in qualifying.
Absolutely, and qualifying is what kicks off tomorrow. It's time practice. It's the seeding practice. Some people call it, but they call it time practice here. But yeah, they are getting their times in to decide what qualifying groups they're going to end up in. As we move up to Heat 8. Bobby Watson, hello from Florida. Well, hello, Bobby. Thank you for tuning in from Florida. ATIXHD. Are they still on wet, or did they switch to dry? I don't reckon they've run wet tyres at all today, or at least while we've been watching them.
Yeah, no. Since when I turned up,
they were running wet earlier. They were running wet in. They've not run it in controlled practice or like the seeding practice, but they were running them in the sort of open practice earlier. But yeah, there were concerns about how the tyres would play out if they needed them for tomorrow, but that's largely been undone. It dried up in time and sort of rescued that situation. So fully dry track now.
Got you. Cars going off the line, as we can see in our second shot now, with the windmill right over the top of that shot.
Yes, indeed. Robin van Gogh leading this one from Yasmin Donath. Yasmin, not the daughter of Christian, which famously got Christian in trouble with his wife last year with that one, thinking that he had an unexplained daughter. So, yes, apologies to the pair of them for that one. But Robin van Gogh leading away from, in fact, Maxime Ripoll now in front with the 6 car. So let's see if we can find Maxime. He is the 6 car is the, where is he? White front, yellow centre, blue rear. So he's running race paint. He's just gone past the timing tower and going out towards the bleachers onto the main straight. So Maxime Ripoll closing in on some traffic, one of which gets out of his way, the other one sort of spins. So he is following the 5 car at the moment.
of Orlando Fanili. In fact, he's got past him. Stefan Romans with the number 9 car. Moved himself to the top from Maxime. See if we can spot the 9 car out there. He is the blue and white coloured car. He just navigated his way past some traffic. That was Rico Clays that he's just gone past. So Stefan Romans leading this one over 3 laps. Yasmin Donath up into 3rd position. So this heat number 10 of spec. So 1 heat of spec left after this. In fact, 2 heats of spec, sorry. Stefan Romans with the 9 car is still leading this one from Maxime Ripoll. Let's have a look at Jasmine's car, the number 2 car. Let's see if we can find her car out there. There's Jasmine, the all-white coloured body shell. Heads around, out onto the main straight, down the main straight. Looks like Yasmin's car's topping out quite early, so could possibly do with gearing that upper tooth. Seeing if it'll pull it. Just looks like it's maybe running into a bit of a brick wall in terms of top end. It doesn't want to just keep on pulling like some of the cars do. Looking pretty good, looking pretty consistent. Stefan Romin still leading this one. From Maxime Ripoll, Jasmine Donath, who we're running with at the moment. She has just spun it. She's got it back going again. But she is running in 3rd position. 1 minute to go. Let's pick up our leader, Stefan, again. The white and blue coloured car. He's like the middle of the 3 cars, just coming onto the main straight now. In fact, he'd made a bit of a mistake. Don't think it's going to cost him. He's got Maxime Ripoll immediately behind him, but is in front of him on the clock, and I'd be very surprised if anybody improves their times now. Stefan Romans has indeed finished. So there we go. That is the end of that heat.
There we go. You are watching the EFRA Monaco RC Electric Track European Championships 2024 coming to you live from Belgium. We're down here in the little window on your screen. We're in the UK. And with Stefan, great to have Stefan with us. Thanks for being with us. And you can see the big window, that's Belgium, which has been blighted by wind and rain and sewage smells and a big windmill. But fantastic facility, fantastic track. amazing sponsors. Thank you to Monaco RC for being the title sponsor of this event, and also X-Ray Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop. Of course, go to EFRA.ws if you want to find out more about this class of racing and all the other classes of RC racing that happen across the summer and a few during the winter as well. You've done a few Euros in your time. I saw you in Gubbio doing Nitro.
Yeah, Nitro Euros. Yeah, and I did an electric one. Where was it? In Nietzsche in France.
Right.
That must have been like 2011. But no, good fun. Lots of experience.
And back to you, James.
Thank you. Cars have set off now. Jeremy Delalondre will have led away on this one. Stefan Schultz, I can just see out the corner of my eyes, just on a nice donut, but we'll run with that's the 3 car, I think, of Niels de Gruyter. It is the 3 car that we're running with, the white coloured body shell of Niels de Gruyter. Currently quickest over, well, they've not completed 3 laps yet, they're only 2 laps down. So we're going to start seeing people popping up. Obviously being quickest over 2 gives him a good shout of being quickest over 3 straight off the bat. And Niels is leading this one from Nicolas Delise and Nico Catalan at the moment. Nico Catalani. Still the 3 car of Niels de Gruyter leading this one. Giovanni Mogwez with the 5 car up into 2nd place. Let's see if we can spot the 5 car out there at all. That's the 3 car, the 4 car. The 5 car is looks almost sort of Bruno-esque. It is the white front and sort of orangey pink roof. So Giovanni Mogwez, this is that we're running with. He is giving chase to Jeremy Delalondre. The pair of them, that's the 5 car that is running in 2nd position at the moment. And Jeremy Delalondre gets out the way of him. Niels de Gruyter still leading this one from the car of Giovanni Mogwez, who we are running with at the moment in 2nd position. Car flowing nicely, looking well balanced. Looking just right out there. Nice, predictable. Nice and stable. Looks like it turns in nicely. Rotates well. Arguably, you just want a little bit more hook in the middle of the corner. But a very, very drivable, raceable car there. Let's see if we can go back to the 3 car of Niels de Gruyter, our leader. Niels is the white coloured car that is just coming round up to the timing loop now. So he's just made his way past the yellow car. Niels de Gruyter out onto the main straight. Nice low line round through that sweeper. He just hugged the inside of that like his favourite granny. Back out towards the main straight once more. Just closing in on some traffic. Again, that nice low, tight line. Little bit of curving. Really, really good from Niels here. So he's got plenty of experience around this track. Just the right amount of curb there. keeping it hooked up. He's got the 7 car in front of him of Matthias Raskol. Should do him on this lap, I would think. And there we go. Just a little bit of hesitation as neither of them were quite sure who was going to go as they came off the corner, but both of them did well. Nicely managed between the pair of them. Just running in for home now. Niels de Gruyter not expecting anybody to go faster than him at this stage. And just coming up for finishing times. So Niels de Gruyter is going to take that from Giovanni Mogwes. There we go. That is heat number 9 finished of spec. Getting set for heat 10, the penultimate heat of spec.
Yep, so 10 is, as James says, the penultimate heat. Then we've got 11, and then 12th is where modified starts. So we have 12 through to 16 of the modified class. 3 classes running here. 2 of them are official European Championships. One of them is the Frontier, I believe, is still an invitational class. And I'm not sure if we had F1 last year, the Formula class, at the Euros, or if it was dropped at some point. I think that was the last time we saw it.
It rings a bell somewhere, or was it the...
No, F1 did run last year.
It did.
F1 did run last year, but I think with the entry numbers they had this year, there was no need for an invitational class. I mean, 16 heats is pretty impressive, and it's made for a pretty stacked timetable. Finishing at sort of 7 o'clock every evening. So wouldn't really have been any opportunities to, if you run one extra heat, that's an extra 5-6 minutes. It adds up to the best part of an hour it's putting on the day by putting on one extra heat.
Absolutely, but I wanted to see some Formula cars spinning around in the rain. Have you tried Formula?
They spin around in the dry, Matt. They spin in the dry. So
I did years ago when HBI, the Formula 10.
Formula 10. Yeah,
they were great fun, and we had that. We had Ardent Raceway.
Yeah,
and we used to race them there.
Yeah,
no, good fun.
What about you, James? I know the track's open now, but are you a Formula fan when it comes to RC?
Yeah. I kind of, they look really good, and then the buzzer goes and the race starts. It's kind of my thought. It's kind of my thinking. They don't work quite as, they don't look dynamically right to me out on track. The vast majority of them.
They look.
No, absolutely. But talking of performing on track, Ollie Payne is leading out there at the moment with the number 5 car. So it's one of the all-white coloured cars out there. There's not a huge amount of imagination being shown in the paint jobs. There we go. He's the lead of the 2 white cars that are out there. So Ollie Payne leading this one from Benjamin Elvisaire. Ollie looked fairly speedy. He won the Belgian Nationals here a couple of weeks ago. 5-6 weeks ago. So came here for a little bit of practice. Actually having a conversation with Ollie and his dad earlier. This is actually one of the closest tracks to him. It's closer to him than a lot of tracks in the UK are. Given that they're just the other side of the Channel Tunnel, they're based down in Eastbourne. And it's a bizarre twist of fate that this is much closer to them than some of the regular UK tracks that he races on. But Ollie going really well out there at the moment, although just getting a little bit hung up with some traffic.
It's not affected Ollie too much, but it was Enzo Roeselare who suffered a little bit as a result of that. Benjamin Elbisser running in second position with the number 2 car. Let's just see if we can spot Benjamin out there with the number 2 car. Number 2 car is the all orange coloured car. So this is Benjamin Elbisser running in second position to Ollie. We've got Lucas Ellerbrock in third position. So a lot of these guys will be hoping to seed themselves into the top heat. And from there gives you a pretty good chance of making the main if you're in the top heat. People will be feeling it's a good opportunity for them. Ollie, obviously former European champion in 1/12 scale. Will be looking to see if he can add a touring car title to his roster. Benjamin Elbisser, who we are running with at the moment. Down the main straight. Let's see if we can find the 3 car of Lucas Ellerbrock. The 3 car is, he's by himself now. He's just coming through that little chicane as they go out across the loop. So this our 3rd place man, Lucas Ellerbrock. So as they enter the final minute, so we'll run for home with Lucas. Times should stay fairly consistent now. Not expecting anybody to go a lot faster, just going to have a look, see where they are. So Ollie over 3 laps. He's done a 50.306. Benjamin Elbisser a 58.09. And Lucas a 51.411. So Ollie quite a lot faster over 3 laps. He's like over a second faster than 3rd place man who we're running with. Over 3 consecutive laps, and Lucas has just finished. So really good run for Ollie come together there. Ollie picking up one then from Benjamin Elbisser, Lucas Ellerbrock, and just waiting for Enzo Roeselare, who looks like he's already pulled into the pits.
Time's starting to pick up now. Stefan, in your experience, how important is it for the drivers right now, given that it's just time practice, for them to push hard, get those fast times down? And how much is it more about playing it safe now?
You don't want to hang about because you want to seed. You want to seed well and be with similar pace drivers to you. But also it gets you in the right. If you have a good seeding practice, it just put you in a good mindset going into qualifying, compared to if you have a bad one, and then you're going into qualifying a bit with a negatively.
But the 3 laps, like they just have to put it together for 3 good laps.
Yep.
So I'm surprised we're not seeing more kind of craziness out there in the sense that, you can go off a few times and just get 3 good laps.
Yeah, it's the best 3 laps thing is it's got mixed reviews amongst drivers, because you can have someone who's really good over 3 laps, but then over 5 minutes they're not as fast.
Yep.
So you don't want to risk it too much and go. You don't want to
hell for leather.
Yeah, no.
And have a busy night rebuilding.
Yeah, you'd much rather just have a pizza and a nice beer instead of having to rebuild your entire car in a hotel room under poor light.
I think in spec as well that you kind of see after the first minute and a half, it kind of stays where it is. You don't get people because you're missing that last 10th of voltage. You don't really see people the order changing that much over 3 consecutive laps. it sets itself up and becomes a little bit fixed at that point.
Got you.
But Adam Isay, the early leader in this one with the 4 car. Adam normally running a all blue coloured car, and he is again. So Adam just coming out onto the main straight now. So he's circulating behind Max Mackler. So a few people running race paint in this one, for which we thank them. It makes our life nice and easy, or easier. So Adam Isay leading this one, only 2 laps complete so far. So we'll get a better idea of where people stack up after 3. Adam Isay to the front from Simon Lauter and Ollie Boltink. So Adam closes in on Max. Max opens the door. That's Adam through. Adam just stretching away quite nicely at the front of this one. Let's have a look, see how he stacks up against Ollie. A 50.065. So Adam Isay is quicker than Ollie Payne at the moment, over 3 laps. Simon Lauter running in second position with the 1 car. Let's see if we can find Simon. Simon's running his normal race paint. So he is the white and like dark red burgundy coloured car. So Simon just crossing the loop now. So we've got Simon Lauter, defending champion, on screen as he crosses the line. 54.94, so he's slower than Ollie Payne over 3 consecutive laps. So currently looking after the first round that Adam Isay is going to be the quickest over 3 laps from Ollie Payne, and then Simon Lauter. Ollie Boltink is running in 3rd position currently, 50.599. So it was really sort of Ollie Payne as a standout from the last one. Martin Huddy and Christian Donath not running. So Simon still running in 2nd position at the moment. Time's not altering. 54.94, that looks pretty locked off now. Ollie Boltink, let's see if we can find him with the number 2 car. So number 2 car is the sort of mainly white car with flashes of red. Let's just see if we can pick up Ollie's car as he crosses the timing line now. 2 minutes remaining. So Ollie is circulating behind Adam Isay. This will be interesting, give some kind of idea. A little bit what Steph was just mentioning earlier on about times over 3 laps versus times over races. Obviously, Adam Isay very, very quick over 3 laps. Looks like Ollie Boltink is actually edging up on him now and is creeping towards him. So might have Ollie been a little bit more pacey over a run than he is over 3 laps. But certainly looking very, very evenly matched. Adam Isay not running away and hiding from him. Ollie Boltink, of course, champion a couple of years ago. The Huddy Arena. Took the title there. Still Adam Isay from Simon Lauter from the car we're running with Ollie Boltink. We're running with Ollie Boltink as he tries to close in on the car of Adam Isay. Adam got his 3 fast laps in early on. Gap between them now fairly level. Staying pretty constant. Lot of curb there for Ollie Boltink. Adam Isay crosses the line then to take that one. And believe he will be, after this round, the top seed from Ollie Payne, I believe, in second place. Simon Lauter will be third. Ollie Bultink fourth. I think Manuel Wagner will be up there in fifth position.
Starting to see lots of familiar names now from our time with ETS. A lot of these drivers top the table very regularly at ETS events.
Yeah, some popular names there.
As a racer, obviously you watch all of RC Racing TV's live streams.
Of course.
I'm sure every single one.
Yep.
Do you watch and kind of look at cars going around and go, oh, they could probably do with sorting their diff out, or they should like have set up thoughts for drivers remotely?
It's really hard because when you watch, most of them look like, especially when you get in the later heats, they all look like they go around really well.
Yeah.
But I know up there in their head they'll be probably saying things in their head like what they need to change and cursing and all sorts. But so it's quite hard, I think, to actually watch them on video.
Yeah.
And suggest what they might need, unless it's like blatantly obvious, like it's just doing donuts. But
yeah,
the margins are so fine in touring car these days that when you're fine tuning setup, you're almost like, I don't want to say looking for something that doesn't exist, but it's the margins are just so tight, and the smallest setup changes make all the difference, but you won't always see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other thing that you quite often get is pretty much all of setup is a compromise. If you make the car better in one kind of corner, you're going to make it worse in another. So if you make a change that it makes it a 10th better in fast corners and a 10th worse in slow corners, your overall lap time is the same and can end up exactly the same without any, it's about finding the best compromise that works best for you as the driver.
Yep, absolutely.
Just looking at the moment, Daniel Tomashenko is leading this one with the number 3 car. So Daniel Tomashenko is the yellow and white coloured car. There we go, so he's just leading, coming out onto the main straight. So, of course, this is the first lot of mod. Dry track for them. Last time they were out, it was these guys, it was still wet. Wet but drying. A little bit leery off the end of the main straight there. Bit much curb. Be interesting to see what these guys have done. In fact, Daniel Tomashenko, 49.591, so he's quite comfortably faster than the top spec guys. Matthew Dambreen in second position with the 7 car, 51.032, so he is not quicker than a bunch of the top spec guys. Let's see if we can find Matthew with the 7 car out there. He is in fact, he's the car that we just hit, I think, the red coloured car. So if we can move back 1 car, our focus onto the 7 car of Matthew Dambreen that we've got now as he comes down the main straight. This is our second place man. Daniel Tomashenko going away nicely in front. Matthew Dambreen, who we're running with fairly comfortably in second. And Christian Konstantinov, the Bulgarian driver, running in third position. Matthew now drops down into third place, actually. Goes Konstantinov with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can find him. He's the yellow and pink coloured car just about to come out onto the main straight now. Let's see if we've got him as he comes off the sweeper. Looks a bit like a fruit salad. Over rotates. So struggling a bit for traction on the exit of a corner. He looks a little bit hesitant to turn it in, and let's see again. Yeah, a little bit of over rotation there. It's not looking particularly pretty, but he's managed to hang 3 laps out of it. Tomashenko, though, going really well. He'll be looking to push himself up the heat listing. Matthew Dambreen now returns with a 50.5 over 3 laps. So still a second down on Tomashenko. Let's see if we can pick up Tomashenko again. The yellow and white coloured car just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. So that is Tomashenko, our leader. One minute remaining. Daniel Tomashenko, the Austrian driver. Leading this one pretty comfortably, led it from the get-go. Just be wanting to bring it home at this point. And called finish, so just heading into the pit lane.
So we're into the entry of Modified we've just seen with Heat 12. To answer your question, Peter Craig, 16 heats. So we go right up to Heat 16. 16 will be our top of Modified, and then right back to 1 again, into front wheel drive, and then spec, and then mod for 16 again. And then that will be us done for the day with the time practice heat round 2 in the books. So we have another hour or so of racing for you today, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere, keep your comments coming in. It's fantastic to have you all watching along the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10th Electric Track European Championships 2024, coming to you live from Belgium. And because it's live from Belgium, you can settle a debate. Any Belgians watching, or anyone that knows, is this a Belgian snack? I believe it is, but there's been some debate in the office as to whether maybe it isn't Belgian at all. But I think this is a Belgian waffle, so I'm going to enjoy this during the next heat and imagine that I am in Belgium. Stefan, you've already had yours.
I already had mine, yeah.
You give it a pretty good review?
Really good. Yeah.
Really good. Pretty good review. James, sorry we don't have one for you, but hopefully you're being catered for trackside with the cafe at the club.
Well, that's left me feeling blue. But yes, yeah, that's all good. Yeah, we're being catered, we're being looked after. So Thomas Stockman leading this one away, the number 1 car. Let's just see if we can spot him. He is the Larry fluoro yellow body shell. In fact, Martin Wouters with the 4 car is quickest over 3 laps, or the opening couple of laps so far. They're just completing their 3rd lap now, so we'll just make sure as they cross the line that that's him. No, he's had a slow 3rd lap, but Martin Wouters looks like he
has got some good pace. So let's see if we can find the number 4 car. He's just about to cross the timing loop now. One of the teal blue coloured cars. Comes off down the main straight. So expecting Martin to pop up. Looking at the pace he's got, he strung together 2 good laps. And I think he probably realised it and messed up the 3rd one. So let's just see what he can do. Oh, that's not fallen well for him either. He looks like he's got good pace, but he just hasn't nailed together 3 consecutive laps yet. He has now. He's got himself up into 2nd overall. Let's just see if he can do anything to nick that time off of Thomas Stockman. There we go. So I wasn't going nuts. I thought he had good pace in the car, and it just took a little while to play out. So Martin Wouters, who we're running with, does get himself up to the top of the order. Just needed a few clean laps, bit of a chat with himself on the rostrum, and managed to get his head right, get himself sorted. Thomas Stockman running in 2nd position, Frank Dambreen in 3rd position with the number 5 car. Let's see if we can spot Frank's car. So the 5 car is the 2nd of the minty green coloured cars. He is just coming out onto the main straight now. So the 2nd of the 2 cars on the main straight. There we go. That is Frank Dambreen running in 3rd position. So car looks a little bit like it wants to kill him when he gets on the throttle. A little bit aggressive. But he's hanging on to it. It's just a little bit leery, a little bit sideways, but he's strung together some good laps. Closing in on the 3 car of Luka Jovic. Still not quite caught him yet. Just seen Martin Wouters, looks like he had a slow lap, just stopped and waited and let a few people settle in front of him. Frank Dambreen now got himself in front of Luka Jovic. 1 minute to drive, so let's see if we can pick up the 4 car again of Martin Wouters. So the 4 car we're looking for. We've got him on the 4 car, just crossed the timing loop now, and he is heading out towards the bleachers. Onto the main straight, there we go, that is the 4 car of the leader, Martin Wouters. Crosses the line to finish.
So Stefan, where would you be in the if you were there now? Where do you reckon you would be in terms of the heat?
I've never had much look at Euros or Worlds. I've honestly got no idea because I've not done like an international electric race in years.
But that's all going to change.
So I would hope if I was in the top 20, I'd be
there we go.
I'd be quite happy with that. But so, yeah, it's been a while. It's been a minute.
James, what about you? Where would you be? other than the commentary box, obviously?
It depends what class I was racing, but I'd be thinking like in spec D final, E final. I think would probably be fair.
Very respectable. Very respectable.
Yeah. The list of kids I used to be able to beat gets longer and longer every year.
Same.
Yeah. It's you start seeing them come through, and you can kind of tell that they're super fast, but they crash a lot, and then they gradually start weeding out the mistakes, and you think, uh-oh. And then there's a little window of about 6 months that you can probably just about beat them with racecraft when they keep on throwing it off the track, and then after that, boom, gone. So it's they're just gone. They disappear. But yeah, the list of greats who I have beaten in the dim and distant past is long.
Yeah, but your role is now moving into helping greats do well at the race, as we saw at the Worlds in America not so long ago.
Yes. Yeah, that's it's one of the things. So try and help out as I can. Although there were no greats available, so I helped Mark Stiles instead. So, but we got him. We nearly got him there. So almost. But it was if he was going to be beaten by anyone, then Max Mackler was a good person to beat him, and. Max and Sean Rayfield, his mechanic, were a bit of a double act, as were my Mark and myself as a teaming up with him as a mechanic. But looking at what's going on the track at the moment, Tim Coman is leading this one after 5 laps. He is running the number 6 car. So let's see if we can spot him out there. The 6 car, he's running around by himself. He's just crossed the timing loop now. And coming up towards the bleachers, he's the sort of white and blue coloured car. Down the main straight, there we go. So, in fact, he's now running second because Matthias Knopp has managed to trump him over 3 laps. Less important in modified, with the voltage in the cells. It's a little bit easier to get up there later on in the run than it is with a stock motor. Let's see if we can spot the 3 car of Matthias Knopp. He is, the white, yellow and red coloured car. So he's just going round past the bleachers out onto the main straight now. He's the second of the 2 cars on the main straight. So still running second of these 2, Matthias Knopp, leader. And he's just made his way past. So out to clear traffic on the main straight. It's always a good feeling when the traffic gets out of the way, and I've got no idea what the car behind him was doing there. Just disappeared up off the edge of the banking. Tried to turn in at the same speed as the car that he just let past, and the front of his car was not having it. Matthias Knopp's car looked really good, actually, off the end of the main straight. We'll wait and see the next time through, but car just hooks in. He can chuck it in off the end of the main straight. Here, as we come down, just turns in really hard, and the car just hangs on. It's like a wall of death around the outside of it. Lets himself down a little bit with running slightly wide through the chicane, or like the double back hairpin immediately afterwards. See if it's any better this time. But again, just hooks and just hangs into the middle of the corner, and it just carries so much corner speed through the middle of there. So that's where his lap time's coming from. It's just being able to stay on the throttle. Be really interesting, actually, if it does, when we get to some dry running on Sunday. Modified, not so much, because they've got fresh tyres for every final. But certainly in stock and fronty, because you're leaning on that outside front tyre so much. Yeah, exactly how it holds up. And running anti-clockwise, so your right front tyre is going to be taking an awful lot of punishment over the course of the run. We've got 1 minute to drive. Let's stick with Matthias Knopp. Tim Coman running in second place. Alessio Menicucci is running in third. But we'll stick with Matthias Knopp for the remainder of this run. So Matthias Knopp has finished. Get him peeling into the pit lane.
Heat 14 done, and we'll be right back after this. And we're back. That was the EFRA associate members, and you are watching the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10 Electric European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium, where James is trackside.
Thank you. So top heat just going out onto track. Penultimate heat going out onto track. Chrissy Krapp has led away. David Ronnefauk not putting in an appearance. So not sure I've seen his name on the entry list, but not sure I've seen him in the pits anywhere. So not sure we'll be seeing him this weekend. Antoine Brunet, the early leader. So yeah, just had it confirmed David Ronnefauk isn't here. So running with the 3 car of Antoine Brunet as he comes down the main straight at the moment. Antoine leading this one from Harley Eldridge. Let's see if we can pick up Harley. She is the 6 car. So Harley is the all-white coloured car. She's just come past the timing tower now. She's going out round past the bleachers, out onto the main straight. So Harley puts it on the grass. A little bit of a half spin there for Harley. She's now in 3rd position because Oliver Havranak has popped himself up in front of her. And Chrissy Krapp's just jumped her as well. So Harley slipping down the field after showing some good early pace. Dan Robbins pushing quite hard behind her as well. See if we can find the 4 car then of Oliver Havranak. So Ollie Havranak with the 4 car is the all orange coloured car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is coming round past the timing loop now, under the timing tower, up into the double hairpin before the bleachers, out onto the main straight. So this is our third place man now, because Mattia Kalina's got himself up there with the 7 car, but let's run with Oliver Havranak for a little bit. Antoine Brunet still leading this one. Let's move our focus back 1 car onto the kind of like grey coloured car, number 7 of Mattia Kalina. He's not the best coloured car for running on tarmac, blending in a little bit. He's circulating just ahead of the 2 car of Christopher Krapp. Mattia Kalina going quite nicely. Also quite well known as Michael Olowski's mechanic is Mattia, but a very quick driver in his own right. Small mistake from him there, but he just has to check up as well to avoid some other spinning cars. I think you don't really realise with these modified cars quite how quickly they're going, and until something goes a little bit wrong, and then you see all of the energy suddenly released. So let's see if we can find the 3 car then of Antoine Brunet, the lead car. He is the mainly white coloured car. He's just crossing the timing loop now under the timing tower. There we go. So this is our lead car, as we're just past the 4-minute mark. So we'll be mentally keeping an eye on where Mattia Kalina is. The 2nd place man just on track behind him. Though he's quicker over 3 laps, he'll kind of be wanting to figure out exactly what he's got underneath him. Antoine Brunet taking that then from Mattia Kalina, and Christopher Krapp in 3rd position. So set for the top heat now.
Exciting times. Top heat going out next. Who's going to win practice? That's what everyone wants to know.
Bruno or Olowski.
Yeah, it's all about winning practice at this stage. It's obviously not. But we noticed, in fact you noticed, cars going off at the end of the straight. Do you think that is not braking early enough, or is it a setup issue, or what do you think that could be going on there?
I think it might be the wind.
Okay.
Unsettling the cars as they lift off. The car gets lighter and the wind's... Because there's a lot of talented drivers in that one, and quite a few of them were doing it. So
yeah.
They can't... I wouldn't say they've all got the same setup problem. So I'd put it down to maybe wind. Okay. The wind's blowing across. The flags look like the wind's blowing up the straight. So on that sweeper, the wind will be hitting the cars on the side.
Yeah, I would agree. The other thing is that the cars that when they come off, they're almost always following another car. And as bizarre as it sounds, the aero does affect them. You can get in the toe of a car behind, and it like completely rob your car of the downforce that it had when you turned in the last lap with no one in front of you.
Yep, definitely.
Top heat running. Bruno has led away from Ronald Volker and Michael Olowski. So Bruno, having said that, Bruno has no one in front of him and gets it wrong. So pulls out of the way. Let's Ronald through. So on track, we've now got Ronald from Michael Olowski from Bruno. And in fact, a couple of them have just spun up there as well. So that was Bruno. We've seen Bruno, we've seen Ronald, and we've seen Michael all spin off the end of the main straight. So definitely something going on there. They're expecting more traction than they've got. But seem to have hung on to it now. So we've got Mark Reinhard leading this one, who is the number 4 car. He's the car directly behind Bruno, the all-white coloured car, down the main straight. So he is 1 car in front of the car that we're following. So that's Michael Olowski on screen. 1 car in front of him is Mark Reinhard, who's now actually popped right to the front. So Mark now circulating in front of Bruno and just makes a small mistake himself in the sweeper and gets out the way.
Okay, just come back to us for a moment whilst we watch this crazy picture going off behind us. Some streaming issues happening trackside, and we're working to resolve that. Why does it happen in top heat? It's been
currently
solid.
has the quickest 3 consecutive laps.
Typical.
From Michael Olowski, Alex Hagberg, Bruno down in 5th place currently.
We're going to quickly restart the stream. Okay, it's been done, and we'll cut back to the track.
So on shot you can see 2 white cars. Michael Olowski was the second of those. He's now the lead of those. Mark Reinhardt's just opened up and let him through. But still Mark leading from Michael over 3 consecutive laps. Little bit of a push from Mark's car there as they went into the hairpin off the end of that sweeper. Mark's still got the time in his pocket though. Still Mark from Michael from Alex Hagberg in 3rd position over 3 laps. Bruno is up into 4th position. Still running with these 2, and Michael now chasing down Bruno. So if we move our focus sort of forward onto those 2 cars, got those 2 cars in shot. So got Bruno Coelho's familiar colours with Michael Olowski giving chase. Michael throwing all kinds of shapes as they came out onto the main straight. Michael now looking like he's got a little bit more pace than Bruno, certainly over the course of a run. Just turns in a little bit tighter, a little bit harder. This is more like what we were expecting to see. These 2 not really raced each other that much. Bruno opens up, lets Michael through. Just see, are we trying to eye it up, see where now actually Bruno looks like he's got a bit more pace, and Michael coming to a stop? No, just finding himself some clear track. Bruno by himself down the main straight now then, having got back past, and Mark Reinhardt still in fairly close attendance. Mark still leading this one after 3 consecutive laps. From Michael Olowski, Alex Hagberg up in 3rd position. Just having to double check what that is, where we're at over 3 consecutive laps. So 45.3 from Mark Reinhardt, 45.8 from Michael Olowski. So some stonking early laps then from Mark Reinhardt. Has put himself quite comfortably out in front over 3 laps. He's got like nearly 1.5 tenths per lap in his pocket over the 3 opening laps. Just heading round in towards the end now. So Mark Reinhard going to take the top seeding position after the first round of seeding practice. Doesn't necessarily look like he's got quite as quick a car over 5 minutes as Michael Olowski and Bruno Coelho. But that'll make Mark happy. Suspect the chicken wing was in attendance on the driver's rostrum with his arm raising. You can always tell when Mark's going well because the arm raises.
Does it? I have never noticed that. I must have seen Mark race over the last 18 years, and I will in Luxembourg.
Watch
the next CTS.
When he's going well.
Yeah.
When he's driving well, it's like his right elbow starts lifting.
Yep.
So
it's obviously a thing I've never
it.
noticed. Wow. Are we surprised by what we've seen there? I mean, we didn't expect that issue for Bruno.
No, I don't know if at the start was there a problem for Michael. Did he spin off on the early laps?
Michael did as well, yes.
He did, yeah.
So Mark was the one that did 3 clean laps from the start. So I think the gap that you see over 3 fast laps is a little bit artificial in that Mark had 3 quick laps from the off, and Michael and Bruno sort of did 2 decent laps, then had a problem on the 3rd, then had to go again. So that doesn't look like the order over the order I'd expect to see over a 5-minute run. I wouldn't have said.
Yep, he'll take it though, will Mark?
Absolutely. Yep, he'll be happy with that.
Actually, his best lap. His best lap pace is good. 15:06. Michael 15:07.
So he's putting together some quick individual laps as well as a nice 3-lapper.
Yeah. So Michael might have spun off, but actually Mark does have pace in his car. 15:06, fastest lap.
Very interesting stuff indeed. That was the first round completed of time practice with the top heat of mod just taken place, and that's how modified stacks up. We can see on our screen, we can have a very brief look at spec. Adam Misse seems to be putting together the fastest 3 laps as well, with Ollie Payne just behind him and Simon Lautner, Oliver Boltnick behind him. And of course, next we are going to go into front wheel drive.
Yep, so it'll be the last time that these guys are on track today for a bunch of these guys, if it's the only class that they're running, that they're racing. We've got about about 9 minutes till 7 minutes till the start. So they've put in 10 minutes at the end of each round, which is it's just a little bit of padding so that they can cover with any issues, any small problems. Just if everything runs to plan, 10 minutes is a bit of an awkward sized gap for us, isn't it?
It is, but I've got something to fill it with, or at least something that we can watch. I've got a treat for you from 2011, and Mr. Oliver Meggitt in Austria, talking to what at the time was the next generation of RC racers. Let's have a look.
The current era of touring car racing in Europe is dominated by 2 drivers, Ronald Volker and Mark Reinhard. Both of them are from Germany, and both of them have won numerous races and championships. I sat down to think of a list of drivers likely to challenge them in the coming years, and the 3 names I came up with were all German as well. That's a bit odd. Is there something in the water? Let's find out. First up is Christopher Krapp. He made the A final at the World Championships last year. Let's go and talk to him what it's like racing in Germany at national championships against the superstars like Mark and Ronald.
I think it's a really good thing that you have good, so much German good drivers, and it's always a really good competition at the nationals. So it's really good training for me, and to race with the guys is always good training. So that's perfect, I think. Yeah.
Obviously, a great result from the first round of qualifying for you. How do you think the event's going to go now?
The event is going pretty good. So the venue is really good. My car is pretty good. I was not the fastest one in the practice, but I know I was fast on 5 minutes, and it was pretty close now between me and Alexander. And yeah, I think now it's just driving and get used to the track and yeah, just relax. Yeah.
My second pick is Yannick Prumper. Yannick, of course, finished runner-up in the indoor touring car Euros behind Ronald Volker earlier this year. Let's go and talk to him. What it's like racing against those guys week in and week out.
The country Germany is for sure, the performance is pretty high. Also Mark, Ronald, Fischer, everybody is on the top 5 normally in the Euros is pretty good, and also the German nationals is pretty good.
So even though you race against guys like that fairly regularly, even when you get to a track like this, you do feel a bit intimidated by their presence on the track.
Yeah, normally, normally I feel not so very worried, but on a more important race, then I'm very worried.
The third person I wanted to talk to is René Cochler. Now you may be wondering who the Johnson is that, but although he might not have the European EFRA events A finals to back those claims up, he's had a lot of good results in things like the ETS races and a lot of the stock classes, and he really could be a superstar of the future. Let's go and find out what he thinks about being German and racing against the German big names.
I mean, they are so cool and makes a lot of fun to drive with them. Yeah, and you can learn a lot from them, so that makes fun, and yeah. So.
Now, a lot of people may not necessarily know you, perhaps not making the A final at European Championships, but you had some great results in things like the ETS, particularly in the stock class there. Is that really helping you build up your driving ability, do you think?
Yeah, I think the stock class is also good to drive there, because you get a lot of experience on these classes. So maybe also for the big events like the Euros.
How do you see the RC scene in Germany with people like Mark and Ronald perhaps retiring soon? Maybe they've won a lot of championships, and then there's a great bunch of young drivers coming up, such as yourself. How do you see the scene being in the next few years? Do you think you can dominate in the same way that they have?
Yeah, Mark and Ronald are I can say, the kings in Germany for the RC car. And yeah, if we come up, everybody, yeah, it should be maybe there. If we can make their place, I don't know, maybe.
In the World Championship last year, Yannick and Chrissy, they were also very fast there. So I think the German guys will come for the next years. So that's nice, yeah.
Hopefully, maybe. Hopefully.
Wow. Blast from the past there.
That's crazy to see. Where's the time gone?
I know. I think it's funny. Ollie was saying at the time that maybe Ronald and Mark will retire soon.
I think
that's not happened.
No, and I think they've still got quite a few more years.
Still got a few years in them, and they're still up there, and they're still going to be no doubt in the A final at this event. But are the Germans still dominating in the same way that they did? This is quite a German-filled class.
Touring car, yeah, it is. It always has been. But you've got Bruno
from
Michael,
Portugal, yeah,
Poland. So the order's been upset a little bit.
It has, yeah, and a selection of French drivers as well. That
Lucas.
Exactly.
Really quick.
Exactly, yeah. And there's Mark going out to Marshall. Let me get a shot of Mark. See if he's put some socks on yet. Going out to Marshall now. You are watching the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10 Electric European Championships 2024. It's practice day, qualifying day tomorrow, finals day on Sunday, and we have one round of time practice in the bag.
I can confirm no socks.
I believe
no socks.
Mark actually, no socks, but I believe he may have removed them earlier when it rained because he didn't want to be wearing wet socks.
Very good idea. I like those trainers actually. I like those trainers that Mark is sporting. Very fetching footwear there on the former world champion.
He's always been stylish as well at the track.
He has indeed. Even the shots of him that we saw there from Austria back in 2011, looking a little bit more, what's the word? Puppy fat, you might call it. But anyway, Mark is still a fantastic racer, and he's topping the timesheets currently, so good for him. And we're about to get back into time practice and do it all over again for one more round of time practice at the track over in Belgium with James, trackside.
Indeed. So Fronty, last time that these guys are out on track for a bunch of them. So Mark Young, who we've mentioned a couple of times, will be out there, but Stefan Delis is going to lead away. Stefan de Lies with the number 2 orange-coloured car leads off. These look quite pedestrian after watching the modified cars hammering round. But also gaps between them pretty close. Let's see who opens up with a quick lap. Mark Young looks like he's done the best opening lap out of them. So these top 3 cars all together. These top 3 looking like they've made a bit of a break for it, and there's a mistake there for Stefan de Lies. That's put the yellow-coloured car of Gabriel Dopinal out in front. And Mark Young chasing him down. So this is the battle for the top spot. They're about to cross the line for the 3rd time. Mark Young started out 1 second behind the car in front of him. He is definitely less than 1 second behind now. So we'll be in front on the split. These two already having made a bit of a break for it. Mark Young flicks back to the top of the timesheets. He's a bit of a step ahead of everybody else. Lap times down in the 20.7s, and Mark Young actually makes his way past off the end of the main straight. Mark Young now leading this then with the number 1 car. White front, burgundy rear as they come in past some traffic. And gets out of the way nicely for Mark, falls pretty nicely for him. Not quite so well for Gabriel behind him. So Mark's extended his lead. There's now 2 cars between him and the car he started 1 second behind. Make that 1 car, make that no cars. Mark Young leading this one though in the middle of our shot. Best over 3 laps. Just double checking where he is. He is 102.107 over 3 laps. Gabriel in second, 102.968. So 8 tenths in his pocket over 3 laps for Mark Young, who we're running with now. Mark Young down the main straight once more. He is starting to close in on the number 3 car of Marek Sova. Should be with him in a lap or 2. Looks like the 6 car of Gabriel Dopinal is maybe coming back a little bit at Mark in the back of shot. If you just see a yellow car sort of flash into the back of shot, looks like he's up the pace, not necessarily over 3 laps, but he is the car that set off behind, or 1 second in front of Mark. Mark's caught him, past him, particularly through traffic. But now Gabriel looks like they're on clean track. Looks like he might have a little bit more pace and is possibly edging in towards the back of Mark Young. So we can kind of see the pair of them on track as they come down the main straight. There's Mark Young cutting inside. That's worked quite nicely for him. And Gabriel gets a little bit checked up. One minute 15 to go, not expecting the order to change. Again, as we discussed earlier with the stock classes this late on in the run, you don't get a huge amount, and Mark gets collected there. He's already got the lap times in, but that's got Gabriel right on his bumper now. This will be quite interesting in terms of how they almost race against a car of similar sort of lap speed. These two looking like the class of this heat will be looking to bump themselves up into probably the second heat of 3 for tomorrow. And looking at the time schedule for tomorrow, straight into qualifying with no practice. Could make things quite interesting, especially if it has rain. So Mark opens up, lets Gabriel go. They're just coming around to their finishing times now. So Mark will still have that over a 5-minute run as well, because Gabriel started 1 second in front of him. That definitely was not 1 second at the end.
Good stuff.
Mark Young taking that then.
Well done, Mark.
Go on, Mark.
Thanks to everybody who is watching along and commenting. Tony Wade has said, is RC Racing TV going to the Masters of Foam this October? Stefan, you've done a little bit of research into the race. I think you said it was in the...
I think it's in Belgium.
It's in Belgium?
I think it is, yeah. James will know.
James will know.
Yes.
Another comment was, a big question with regards to that. In this philosophical world where we're going to Masters of Foam, we haven't been invited, that must be clear, but if we're going to Masters of Foam, is James racing or commentating? That was the question.
It is the same weekend as the first BRCA National, so
there you go.
I will
bad timing.
I'll be at that. It's the end of October, so but yes, it is in Belgium. It's at the same club that the 112th Euros will be at next year, so I would imagine it will be quite well attended and quite popular. So MRCZ in Zvegem. So yes, I believe booking in will open at the end of this month. So Marcus Mobers will have so many entries for that, he won't know where to look. I think on the list there'll be loads of people on that entry list. So yeah, there'll be a fairly packed entry for that. That's always a popular meeting. Out in front of this one, we've got Pavel Staszowski with the quickest opening lap. He's the number 3 car. I think that's the second. It is the second car. It's the yellow coloured car that is just sort of in the back of the shop. So that's the leader after the opening lap. Started out 1 second behind Peter de Grande in front of him, and is running less than 1 second behind him now. So we would term that as being in front on the split. And it just made a small mistake, got it half sideways. That'll be a nice feeling for Peter as well. You don't wish ill on anybody, but when someone's in front of you on the split and makes a small mistake like that behind you, that's a nice feat. Kind of a bit of a nice feeling. Takes the pressure off a little bit. But he's back on it now. Is Pavel. So can see Peter opens up very nicely for him and actually got out of the way really, really well. Gave him a huge amount of space. And Pavel having a little bit of an issue there. Again, off the end of the main straight. Still that wind seems to be catching a few people out. Seeing who else out there looks fast. We've been running with those two. Xavier De Bruyne in 3rd position. He is the number 1 car. See if we can pick up the 1 car. He is the all-white coloured car. He's just heading around the bank sweeper now. So we've got the 1 car as he crosses the timing loop. This our 3rd place man. Just having a look at overall times. These 3 are the only drivers who are... Oh, in fact, a bunch of them now gone sub 1 minute. So 59.061 for Pavel Staszowski. Peter de Grande a 59.5, and a 59.7 for Xavier de Broy. So it's kind of putting into perspective where they were from the last heat in the 1 minute area. Over 3 laps, 59.0 for Pavel Stasowski. Be feeling that's a good opportunity to bump himself up into the top heat. Making their way through traffic now. Alexander Van Gansen, the 1 car behind him. Let's see if we can find Pavel Stasowski. Oh, in fact, he's just stopped under the bridge. So it's a breakage there for our leader. Although he'll continue to lead, I don't think anybody's going to get his time this late on in the run. Let's see if we can pick up the 4 car again, the pink coloured car just about to cross the timing line of Peter de Grande. So just as we run for home, this is our 2nd place man. He's circulating just in front of the 5 car of Martin Rasmussen. In fact, Martin looking like he's got some pretty good pace and could do with just sitting there, just sticking with him. Martin Rasmussen currently running in 5th position overall in this heat. But, oh, in fact, Peter's just finished, so heading back for the pit lane.
And there we go. Another heat in the books here at the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships 2024, live from Belgium, and there's how Heat 2 stacked up. Good stuff. You were saying in between that race, straight into qualifying tomorrow.
Yeah, always difficult that. Especially with electric, because you don't get warm-up laps. Like with nitro, you get like a 2-3 minute warm-up before qualifying starts, and to warm the engine up so you can get your eye in. With electric, yeah, straight into qualifying, it was never my strong point.
Even more so if it's wet.
Yeah, literally.
You'll get your half lap out from. Yeah, you'll get your half lap out from the pit lane. You'll ask your mechanic to put you down like as far back round the track as you possibly can, so you get as much of a wander round as you possibly can do. But yeah, that's about it.
And I believe on finals day, everyone gets a practice final, right? Is that the case,
yes.
James? Yeah.
Let me just
if
check
3 minutes.
Let me just check the timetable. I've got timetables, time schedule. I will just confirm that. Final C, final B, final A. They are, yes, they're in there. There's practice finals and they're 5-minute time slots, so that would make a final. Yeah, it's about 3.5, 4 minutes.
Got you.
That you'd actually get of a race. So normally you've got a 5-minute race with a 2-minute changeover, so it's like a 7-minute block. So yeah, it will be with a 5-minute block. It will be about 3.5 minutes of actually driving.
Good stuff.
So, but yes, that could get if it's wet tomorrow, then dry finals on Sunday. Yeah, kind of all bets are off. So, top heat of the fronty class going round. Stefan Schultz with the number 2 car, our current leader. And just having a look at the times from last time. Stefan was, where were we, ranking list for practice. So yeah, Stefan was quickest last time out with a 57.529 and a 57.994 for Adam Isay. Let's just have a look and see where they're at. 57.128 for Stefan. Adam Isay with a 58.133. So Stefan looking like he wants to go and run and hide. He's about a third of a second a lap quicker than anybody else at the moment over, consistently. So just stretching away from Adam. So although these guys aren't really, they're there to pump in 3 consecutive laps, I think at this stage, Stefan Schultz and Adam Isay might well have identified that they're each other's danger men for this weekend and their main competitors. So the pair of them, I think, will be having a close eye on where the other one is and where their cars are crossing over on track, and just getting an idea. They'll be mentally eyeing each other up across the room, kind of thing, trying to just figure out where they're gaining time on each other, where they're losing time. But Stefan Schultz pretty comfortably out in front from Adam Isay, Nicolas Delise. So this is looking very much like the order of the last group as well, or the last time that it ran. Stefan just making his way past the number 5 car of Frederick Hovgaard. Let's see if we can move back and find Adam Isay. He is the number 3 coloured car. So he is just coming round across the timing loop now. So it's cars 2 from 3. Stefan Schultz finished second last year. Adam Isay finished third last year in Germany. Was Daniel Pullman. At the moment, not looking like he's got the pace to hang on to his number 1 plate. I think we're heading for Stefan Schultz being the top seed for qualifying. So just keeping an eye on where Stefan is compared to Adam. So Stefan's just come underneath the bridge now. Adam through under the bridge now. Like I said, they'll have a mental note on that as well, where they cross as they went through that little hairpin under the down by the timing bridge. I'm pretty sure Stefan will have clocked Adam driving past it on the straight in the opposite direction. Stefan's pulled another couple of tenths there over this car that we're running with. So coming in towards the end of the run, Stefan Schultz looking pretty comfortable. So order's not going to look massively different. Should be able to give you an updated outcome, but Stefan Schultz has taken that one. Stefan Schultz will be starting on pole position.
There we go, all drivers completed for this particular heat. Stefan, have you identified any bits of the track that you think are particularly taxing or hard, or how would you kind of class this track?
For me, the end of the main straight, unmodified, with the wind,
yep,
that's going to be the hardest section, I would think. To be committed through it.
Yeah.
That's where there'll be a lot of time to either make up or lose. And then there's the infield. There's an infield section where it was wet earlier. Where the cars were getting squirmy under power.
Yep.
That's another section that I would be looking to get the most time from.
You say it's not a massively technical track.
It does. It looks quite flowing, to be fair. Like I said earlier, it looks really good fun for modified. So it'll be interesting to hear some of the drivers' opinions who are there, what they think of it, because I think it looks like a class track, to be fair.
Absolutely. I know James is enjoying the facility.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks that I think and Steph will be familiar with these kind of tracks, that they're quite easy to drive, but they're hard to drive fast. You can drive around there and think, oh yeah, this feels fine. It feels, there's not really a lot wrong with my car. And then you look and go, hang on, why am I like nearly a second a lap off the pace? It's like, where's that extra time come from almost? There's hidden pace out there somewhere.
Yeah, the type of track you take the car in modified to the limit on, where you're going to either gain time or put it in the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. But so starting out with the four-wheel drive now, Mike Martinez led off. Mike had some pretty good pace last time, and will feel that he was a bit sort of underseeded from this heat. Just having a look at actually where he. Let's have a look. Ranking lists for practice. I think he was relatively far up, comparatively speaking, compared to just about everybody else. But yes, he was a fair way up the list. I'm just scanning down the list now, trying to find him. There we go, 39th. So yes, he was considerably further up the list than you would expect, being down in sort of like the first of 8 heats. So this is the pink-coloured car of Mike Martinez. So set out first and is wanting to get the power down, get round, get away, get himself out of this heat, give himself a bit of a lie-in tomorrow. If he can bump himself up 2 or 3 heats, that's an extra half hour in bed tomorrow morning. Car looking pretty decent. The only danger is that when you've got a car that's like this much quicker than anybody else in the heat, and he's just got a little bit checked up there behind another car. That was the 6 car of Herman van Gansen that he was just passing. When your car's like that much faster than anybody else in the heat, you almost become like blind to its faults. You don't realise where you're lacking pace. What Steph was just mentioning about, when a car feels really good and when you go hunting for stuff. Mike will say, at the moment, his car's absolutely fantastic. It's brilliant. He couldn't fault it. And then tomorrow, he'll go out there with a bunch of quicker guys. His car won't have changed. His car could be exactly the same. It could lap exactly the same pace as it is today. And he'll come off with a list of things wrong with it, because all of these other quicker cars that he's with will have exposed where he is struggling and where the car's not great and not fantastic. But got to say, it looks pretty good at the moment. There's not a huge amount that I think you'd want to change on that. Maybe a little bit of push on sort of corner entry, but it's holding good speed. Yeah, just saw a little bit off of that sweeper there. If he could just get that to turn in slightly better, that car would be absolutely epic. Looks really smooth, really nice to drive. It's just a little bit safe. And at the moment, that's not really being exposed with the other cars in this heat. But let's see who else is moving quickly. The number 3 car, I think, of Mikola Bedin. Let's see if we can spot the 3 car out there. So the 3 car he's just coming off the end of the sweeper now. He is the car that's been painted with whatever he had left in his shed last night before the meeting started, I think. It's there's lots of different colours going on there, but the car's going fast, that's the main thing. It's the number 3 car of Mikola Bedin. He's got a nice clear track in front of him. Mike Martinez, meanwhile, is sort of heading in towards the back of like that gaggle of cars that he's just passed. So Mike Martinez could be looking to put best part of a lap on the field, especially if there's little small mistakes like that. Again, it's only over 3 laps, but it's quite a statement from Mike Martinez. In fact, Mike has not quite got there, but he was within a couple of seconds of lapping the field there.
There we go, another one in the books. And it's turned out to be quite a nice day over in Belgium now. Still a bit windy, but the skies look lovely and blue. Some nice fluffy clouds.
Yeah, no rain, just a bit of wind. Oh, that's okay.
Indeed, yes, that's the case. I was just looking at the Hall of Fame for this class of racing as we were in the spec heats. And Simon Lautner took it in Turkheim last year, and then Oliver Bulknick has had it twice before, Max Mackler. Wonder if there's any new names or any different names that we think are quite likely to battle them to have a new name on the Hall of Fame.
I actually don't follow the spec class that closely, so I would, or my money would just be on Max.
Would it?
Yeah, I like Max. He's with the automatics.
Yeah. I expect that's what you're going to say as well, James.
No, well, I mean, obviously Ollie and Simon are also both automatics as well, but I don't know. I mean, Adam Isay looks quick, certainly over 3 laps. So I think he's in with a shout of getting somewhere near. He's always been sort of very, very quick. So I would think if anybody's going to sort of join in there, I would think Adam Isay and Stefan Schultz are probably the guys that would step it up and sort of join into to that group. But yeah, I'd probably say Simon looks just consistently like there. We'll get a better idea after this lot, but yeah, I think my money would probably be on Simon.
Cool, good shout.
And of course won the 12th Euros as well earlier this year with like the 3rd time he'd ever picked up a 12th scale. Out on track at the moment, we have got the lead car is car number 4 of Santiago Carlos Echari, a Spanish driver. The number 4 car. Let's see if we can spot the 4. So the 4 car is. Yeah, just got him now off the end of the sweeper. He is orange front, blue centre, yellow rear. Coming out onto the main straight. Now he looks like he's got a lot of lock dialed into that, which is, it will feel really fast, but it will scrub off quite a lot of corner speed. But just visibly see as he sort of charges in, like quite how much lock he's piling onto the car, and you can kind of see the car. You really notice it coming out onto the main straight. We'll watch it again this time, but the car kind of stalls in the middle of the corner and just pauses. It doesn't want to carry a huge amount of corner speed. There you go. There's all that lock on. It's just like dragging and slowing the car down. I think that's one of the keys to the stock class, is just getting a nice free car that flows from corner to corner without losing too much of that minimum speed. He's getting it round. He's got the quickest car over 3 laps currently. See who is running in second place. It is the one car of, I believe that is Adrien Antomarchi. It is the French driver. So let's see if we can find the number 1 car. It's the all yellow coloured car. He's just coming off the bank sweeper now. So this is our second place man. And 51.435. So don't think he's going to get there over 3 laps. He'd need to be like a tenth a lap quicker. So these guys being fairly well behaved. They've all sort of spread out quite nicely, giving each other space. They're not really passing each other. So pretty good, well-matched heat. Gives everybody the opportunity to do exactly what they need to. We're running at the moment with Adrien Antomarchi, running second position in the heat. What have we got into the final 30 seconds of the run now? In fact, they're just coming up to the finishing times. So just finishing as they cross the line. Heading down towards the pit lane. Peeling back in.
Well, that is Heat 5 done. We'll be back with Heat 6 right after this. And don't forget, this is the EFRA Monaco RC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships coming to you live from Belgium. And go to monacorc.com to get all of your RC needs fulfilled. All those amazing X-ray products that we just saw in that video. I expect you can purchase the majority of them from, if not all of them, from monacorc.com. And if you're going to do that, use the discount code SUMMER10. That's SUMMER10, and that will get you a nice discount. So yeah, can't say fairer than that.
You sure can't.
Back to you, James.
Thank you. We are just starting heat number 6 of 16. Julian Jost is the quick guy, looks like, over the first couple of laps. Let's just see if we can pick him up, the white and blue coloured car. So we've got Julian over 2 laps so far. Julian, very experienced driver. Off the end of the main straight quite nicely. Julian only 3rd, though, over 3 laps consecutively. Victor Litvinenko is leading with the 1 car. So let's see if we can spot the 1 car out there as our quick car. He is the sky blue coloured car with the green wing end plates. Victor Litvinenko leading this one over 3 consecutive laps at least. And he is catching and passing traffic. Just going to see roughly where he stacks up compared to Julian Jost over the course of the run. Just sort of mentally seeing where they're crossing over on track, try and get a picture of whether he's gaining or losing time. So a small mistake there actually from Victor in the sweeper. Again, that wind, just the direction that it's blowing, it's coming now underneath the rear wing of the car, just making the car a little bit loose. So through the middle of that sweeper. But Julian's got a bunch of traffic in front of him. In fact, Corentin de Kret has hit the front now with a 5 car. So let's see if we can see Corentin. Trying to get an eye on the 5 car, but not seeing him out there. So Corentin de Kret he's got to the front, but isn't currently circulating by the looks of things. Let's see if we can find the 4 car then of Jeremy Durham. So this is Jeremy, the orange coloured car. Currently running in 3rd position in the heat. Making that little right-left flick more of a chicane than he needs to. That's pretty much a straight line through there. One minute remaining. So Corentin de Kret went out there, pumped in 3 laps and has stopped. Victor Litvinenko running in 2nd. Jeremy Durham, who we are with at the moment, in 3rd position. So just coming up to their finishing times now. Obviously, Corentin de Kret already having retired. Corentin de Kret taking that one at the end.
Hello to Omar Encarnation, who's watching from the Dominican Republic. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to everyone who's watching along this EFRA Monaco RC Electric Track European Championships. We are deciding 3 European Championships today, this weekend. Well, technically 2 plus an invitational for Fronty, but yep, the modified and the spec classes will both crown European champions on Sunday, as will the Fronty, and we will look forward to doing that. 16 groups going out, and half of them are spec. Why do you think spec's so popular, Stefan?
I think it's a tough one because years ago more drivers did move up and graduate into modified. But modified has gone very, very fast these days.
Yeah.
Like ridiculously fast. Like back in the days when it was like 5-cell modified, that was my favourite era. Like the cars were just brilliant to drive as long as you had good batteries. But I think, yeah, it's just because in a way modified is easier.
Yeah.
In terms of equipment.
Yeah.
Like batteries, motors, speedos can last seasons whilst in stock, you know.
Yeah.
Really important that you have good batteries, especially.
Yeah.
But no, it's a tough one to answer really, and I haven't really got the answer for it. But
Interesting. You're a spec man, aren't you, James?
Yes, I don't have the talent for I don't have the talent for spec. People would say, but I don't know. It's a different kind of challenge. I mean, it's kind of extracting the power out of what you have is good, but also you get like it becomes a cyclical thing almost. When you got that many people doing spec, then the people that you race with, like whenever I've tried to do modified, I've ended up with a bunch of people that are way quicker than me, and I spend the whole run trying to keep out of their way, and I don't really enjoy that. Or I'm in with a bunch of people who are a lot, you know, who it's absolute chaos and carnage, and you know, there's just cars crashing everywhere, and you don't really enjoy that either. So to actually race against people who are of the same level, you end up having to run spec, but then everybody says then that they're doing the same thing. So it's a bit weird in that, yeah, you kind of all end up bundled together running spec. But I think Steph's right that modified takes so much mental capacity to, not necessarily to drive it. If you gave me a track with, I could drive a modified car around the track, but then if you asked me to race it with 9 other cars, no hope. So I just don't have the ability to mentally process what is going on at the speed that it's happening. I think would be my feeling on that one. So that's why I think spec is probably sort of proving to be more popular than the most. It's seen as more accessible, and there's more people racing it. So it just keeps on running and growing. But stuff that's going on the track at the moment, we have got Adrian Violette with the number 3 car leading at the minute. Let's just see, he is the all-white coloured car. He's just come through the bank sweeper. He's just made his way past the number 7 car of Riccardo Fanili. Again, car looking a little bit
on the safe side. Again, quite a good race car. It's good at high speed. Some of the lower speed stuff, a little bit down through here. No, he's managed to get it hauled up. Got it hauled up that time. Maybe not. Maybe it was just one scruffy lap. But car looking pretty decent as he closes in on the back of the number 9 car of Martin Bernardi. There you go, Martin gets out of his way. Roeselare running in second position. He is running the number 8 car. He is just under the timing screen now. Let's see if we can find him as we go out towards the past the bleachers down the main straight. Again, graphite grey. It's probably not the best colour to choose for tarmac. So this is Roeselare that we're running with in second position. Boris looking to close in on the back of the 6 car of Johan Bukowski. Just come out to finishing time, so he's not quite got there in terms of closing in on him. Coming across the line for their finishing times.
Well, there we go. Sorry, we're having a few little connection issues there. We're working to resolve them, and we're putting in some things in place to improve the stream for you tomorrow. So hopefully we'll be able to weather the internet connection that we have at the track a bit more tomorrow and give you a bit of a smoother picture. But as it is, it's practice day, so we're going to stick with this as best we can for the rest of the day, running up to about 5 to 7 local time. And yeah, stick with us and we'll be back right after this. And we're back, and yeah, it is going to be Heat 9 next. I'm seeing Heat 8, but I'm sure we just had Heat
9. No, this is Heat 8.
Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, good. Heat 8.
You're wishing the day away, Matt. You're wishing the day away. So, yep, Stefan Romens leading away. Stefan Romens down the straight for the first time from Maxime Ripoll and Jasmine Donath. Of course, the other thing with these, now that these guys are sort of going off of the results of last time, you're getting all of the quick guys released together. So you're getting a bit more of a battle at the start. So these front 3 could be quite interesting. And Jasmine Donath, she's had the quickest opening lap of the top 3 and still there after 2 laps. So just watching. So I think Jasmine's going to be top of the list after 3 laps, and she is. And it looks like Robin van Gog's inserted himself between Jasmine and Maxime Ripoll.
And very, very sporting there of Stefan Romans. He made a mistake and actually put the car on the grass almost to get out of the way of Maxime Ripoll and Jasmine Donath. So if we move our focus forward one car onto the, well, it's 2 cars now onto the white car, so the white number 2 car, that's Jasmine Donath. She started out in 3rd position. Maxime Ripoll's just led her past. But these 2 going away, and the car just behind of Stefan Romans looking quite good over a 5-minute run. Not so good over 3 laps currently. And small mistake there for Maxime Ripoll, so he's just backed out of it. So Jasmine Donath looking like she's leading over the course of a run and over the course of 3 laps as well. So it looks like we've got the 9 car of Stefan Romans coming back at us slightly. Robin van Gogh in 2nd position with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can spot him. So Robin van Gogh is the all pink coloured car. So actually he's like 2 cars back. There we go. Stefan Romans just makes a mistake. So Robin van Gogh trying to hunt down Jasmine Donath now. He's the all pink car chasing the all white car in front of him. So mistake there for Robin, just puts a tyre on the grass in the bank sweeper on the inside, just does a bit of a donut. Lets Jasmine extend her lead. She's already got it over 3 laps. Just have a look at where that is, putting a 51.422 versus a 51.825. For Robin. Still with Robin van Gogh chasing around, trying to close in on the back of Jasmine Donath. He's currently sitting behind Stefan Romans, who was the quick man last time out, but not gone so well for him in this heat. Jasmine's going to be feeling pretty pleased with herself, though. That's a really good run that's come together. So she's also made the extra lap, so she made it onto the 18th lap. Robin van Gogh with a 17, so she made the split for the extra. It's good to see.
Well, many apologies for the connection issues we are having at the track. Every now and again, well, I say every now and again, quite often at the moment, the track starts to look like a bit like an oil painting, bit of a kind of digital landscape.
Digital art.
Yeah, and that's not really the images we want to bring you. We want to bring you nice, crystal clear capturing of the event. Seems to be clearing up a bit now. We're working with the club as best we can to improve the connection, and we're sending in reinforcements for tomorrow. So as soon as we get qualifying, I'm more confident that we will have a stronger picture for you to look at. We can hear James most of the time, so sometimes we can see we can't really see the action, but it's still good radio, James. So
I think most people would agree it's better the other way round. They'd rather see what's going on and not have to listen to me babble on about it. But
so Heat 9 up next. Thank you to Monaco RC for being the title sponsor of this event. It is, of course, the EFRA Monaco RC Electric Track European Championships, and we thank X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. Back to James.
Niels de Gruyter has led away in this one then from Giovanni Mogwes. And Niels has absolutely nailed the first lap on this one. He's going to be much faster. Just having 16.8 versus a 17.5 for anybody else. So he's absolutely flying. I think other people are going to start sort of popping up the order. Stefan Schultz into third position currently, but still with Niels de Gruyter. Flying away as he comes down the main straight. Stefan Schultz, in fact Jacques Libar has got himself up into the lead with the 9 car. Let's see if we can find the 9 car. He is the all yellow coloured car. So this is Jacques Libar. Just trying to make his way past underneath some traffic. Say traffic, that's Nico Catalani. Not quite got him yet. Nico looks like he's on a pretty decent run himself, but he'll, I'd imagine, open up coming onto the main straight here. No. Through the no, he's proving pretty stubborn. There we go. So Jacques Libar finally makes his way through. Jacques Libar now having to catch and pass traffic. It's going to be a bit of a shock possibly for Niels de Gruyter, because he started out at the front and he'll just be hearing the 2-minute call, and he's not seen anyone come past him, and he feels like he's kind of checked out because all the cars behind him haven't moved, and then Jacques Libar gets called out in front of him at the 2-minute call. So a bit of a it can be a bit discombobulating at that point. So traffic falling nicely for Jacques Libar as well, falling off the track in front of him. So he's now trying to hunt down the car of Niels de Gruyter, and I think Niels might now have realised the lurking threat behind him of Jacques Libar. He'll be aware of him in his peripheral vision. Just like, what's that yellow flash appearing behind me at quite a rate of knots? Down the main straight once more, and it's really speed through that banked sweeper that where Jacques Libar is gaining on Niels de Gruyter. It's pretty much static for the rest of the lap. If anything, Niels is taking a bit out. But it's like it's the second part of that sweeper. It's Jack's car just keeps on building speed. It's a good place to be.
think Niels has kind of checked that now. The gap's not increasing by the same amount. Running with Jacques Liebach still trying to hunt down Niels de Gruyter. Pair of them closing in. Well, Niels has passed Stefan Schultz. Jacques Liebach closing in on the back of Stefan Schultz. Coming up to cross the line. Jacques Liebach going to take that one.
Well, once again, we apologise for the images you're seeing. We're having very difficult connection issues with the track, and we're going to do our best to resolve that. And we are confident that it will look much better tomorrow. Please hang in there with us. We'll get this resolved as quickly as we can. There's just been some connection issues that we're trying to resolve. So we'll be back right after this. And we're back. It's not snowing in Belgium, I promise.
So
it has been very bad weather, but yes, it's tricky. Very tricky, unfortunately, which we are resolving with the club as we speak.
So we're watching Ollie Payne's car in black and white, but he's choosing not the quality of the stream that's causing that. So Ollie Payne with the number 5 car, looking to cement his place in the top heat. He was second in seeding to Adam Isay after the first round. Just double checking where he was. 50.306 is what he's looking to beat. Just see where he's at. He is on a 49.750. So currently, Ollie Payne, first driver to go sub 50 over 3 consecutive laps. So Ollie Payne, pending some kind of response, but looking to move himself into a position to be top seed. He'll certainly be getting himself into the top heat. Benjamin Elbisaire also going quickly with the 2 car. Let's see if we can spot the 2 car. It's the pinky orange coloured car. Benjamin Elbisaire. What's he done? He's done a 50.095. That would put him in at third position currently. Only Adam Ice from the first round quicker than that. So some pace being allowed down here in this heat by the top two. 2/100ths of a second. These two, Ollie Payne and Simon Lauter, did battle in Sicily at the 1/12th Euros earlier in the year as well. Got Simon Lauter leading this one from Adam Isay. Ollie Payne in an earlier heat. Managed to insert himself in front of the pair of them. So Simon opening up, letting Adam through. Remember, we felt Adam maybe had a quicker car over 5 minutes, possibly, over the course of a run. But Simon just giving himself the opportunity to figure that one out. See where he might be gaining and losing time. Ollie Bultink, not a million miles back. Adam Isay now behind Simon Lauter again. Simon Lauter leading this one on track. Computer shows him leading, but critically he hasn't been able to beat the 49.750 of Ollie Payne. His response was a 49.771. So Ollie out there marshalling. Doesn't know it yet. May have heard it, but then he wouldn't necessarily know what time he'd done over 3 laps. Yeah, Ollie, not completely aware, but he'll know that he's got the job done of getting himself into top heat. That was the most important thing for him. So coming up towards the final 30 seconds of this heat number 11 of 16. This is the last spec track action of the day before we go into modified. So Simon has finished, as has Adam. Just waiting for Ollie Bultink, who was a late starter. So Simon Lauter takes that from Adam Isay and Ollie Bultink, but just confirm the overall times with a refresh and ranking lists for practice. There we go. Ollie Payne from Simon Lauter, Adam Isay, Ollie Bultink, Benjamin Elbiser, Jesper Rasmussen, Mattis Benettin, Max Mackler, Lucas Ellerbrock, and Manuel Wagner.
And I think we can just have a look at, as you were reading that, James, we had the result for that particular heat. But yes, can you catch us up on the last 2 heats, as we had to duck out a little bit? What have we missed?
Yeah. Okay. So what essentially what happened was Ollie Payne was in the previous heat. Sort of the penultimate heat, and his best 3 laps were a 49.750 for 3 consecutive laps. Simon Lauter just went out, did 49.771. So although Simon was the quickest over 3 laps, he just missed Ollie's time, basically. So Ollie Payne will be top seed from Simon.
Got you.
For qualifying tomorrow.
Pretty good for Ollie.
So a little bit different. You don't normally see someone from a lower heat actually take it, but you know, they'll make it up into the top heat. But pretty impressive to see someone from a lower heat actually get themselves down as top seed.
Indeed.
I think you'll see Ollie go even faster tomorrow as well when he's in the top heat and he's got other cars to gauge off.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we know that he's been here practicing, as have others. But he won the Belgian nationals here a few weeks back, so we know that he's pretty rapid round here. Knows which way the track points. So, but still, super good performance.
And also, most will know him from 12 scale, so you'd imagine over 5 minutes. 5 minutes for Ollie's a walk in the park when you just do 8-minute runs.
Yeah, it's half a race. It's I mean, there was a really good battle, like quite a tense battle in Sicily between Ollie and Simon. Sort of probably with the advantage the other way, that with Ollie being the one experienced in the class and Simon not knowing what he's doing, and here it's kind of the opposite, although Ollie pretty experienced with a touring car now, but Simon more known for his touring car exploits. So I think Ollie might be fancying a bit of revenge is the wrong word, but he'll be probably fancying nicking that one back and sort of levelling the score a little bit. Matthew Dambreen leading this one with the number 7 car. Let's just see if we can pick him up. He is there we go, he's the like orangey, red, pink. Can't quite make out what colour that is. It could be one of many, but he's coming onto the main straight now with the number 7 car. Just trying to make his way up and through some traffic. Matthew Dambreen still over 3 laps leading this one. From Christian Konstantinov. Christophe Lefebvre running in... In fact, it's Daniel Tomashenko who is in 2nd position. But Matthew Dambreen having found some pace, 47.940. So Matthew looking to bump himself up. Remember Daniel Tomashko looking pretty rapid in this heat last time round. One minute and 30 seconds to go for Matthew Dambreen. .15.8 his best lap. So top 2 in this heat. Matthew's done 47.940 over 3 laps. 48.053 for Daniel in 2nd position, and then we jump to a 50.8. So over 3 laps, Matthew and Daniel are pretty much 3 seconds faster than 3rd place. And there's a bit of a kerfuffle going on off the end of the sweeper. Heading up towards their finishing times now. So Matthew's finished that one, as has Daniel. So that's the first lot of modified done and out the way. So 4 races left of track action for today. Matthew
Fantastic.
Dambreen taking that one.
I won't say that everything's solved. Stefan said it seems to be salted.
So
it's sorted.
My fault.
So it's Stefan's fault if it goes down again. We are going to literally, everyone, everyone watching, just cross everything that we get through Modified. We're doing everything we can. The internet that we have received is slightly flaky. We're implementing something tomorrow that should make it a lot more solid throughout the day. Also tomorrow, I should point out, above my head, if you look up there in the graphic, you can see a QR code to the 110th Electric Touring Car broadcast channel for EFRA, and that will open tomorrow. So you want to join that channel. It's just essentially a Facebook Messenger channel, and it's a great way to have results pop into your phone when they have. So if you're out and about over the weekend and you want to get updates pushed to your phone about qualifying and, of course, finals on Sunday, that's the best way to keep up to date. If it's the second best way. The best way is to watch this, obviously, and that's the second best way. So, yeah, make sure you scan the QR code above me, join that broadcast channel, and keep up to date all weekend. This is the EFRA MonacoRC.com Electric Touring Car European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium. When it works, we're in the UK, and we're working hard to bring you this coverage thanks to X-Ray, Lens Body, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, RCXX Shop, and cars are moving around on the track, so I'll shut up and pass back to James.
Thank you, Matt. Who have we got out there on the track? We've got Martin Wouters, was the driver that led away with the number 4 car. Looks like he's got a fair chunk of pace in hand over the rest of the field. I think Thomas Stockman was just quite spectacular, doing a few cartwheels across the infield. But already Martin Wouters just trying to get himself up there after 3 laps. He is a couple of seconds down the road. So 47.367. Lorenzo van Leeuwen with a 49.7. So 47.1 now for Martin Wouters. Just looking at, for perspective, where Mark Reinhard was. Mark Reinhard last time out was a 45.4. So a little way to go. But these sort of 47.1s, 47.0s, they're putting in the region of like 13th, 14th in the round. So let's see if we can find Thomas Stockman with the number 1 car. He is the all yellow coloured car. He's just coming off the banking. He's heading around across the timing loop now. This is our second place man. So Martin Wouters still leading. We're running with second place man Thomas Stockman at the moment. Thomas Stockman running in second place in the heat. You can't really see where Martin Wouters is, so Martin has absolutely checked out. Disappeared away at the front. He's put nearly half a lap into him over the first half of the race. Two minutes remaining. Martin Wouters will be quite happy with his day's work if he can remain in second position, or in first in the heat. That will get him, it'll certainly bump him up the heat list. possibly put him in the towards the back end of the second heat. Group 14 being called forward. This is Group 13 running. Group 13 of 16. Rapidly heading in towards the final minute for these guys now. There we go, just hearing the 1 minute call. Martin Wouters, quickest over 3 laps. Quickest over 5 minutes in this heat as well. Just stretching away out in front. Coming up towards finishing times for these drivers now. Martin Wouters has finished. Thomas Stockman crosses the line.
There we go. That's heat 13 on your screen right now. We're into modified, running right the way up to heat 16. That is the top of mod, and we are watching the track action live from Belgium. It's great to have you with us. Thank you for all watching along. Sorry about the issues we had earlier, but we're here, and it's practice day. Time practice. How much would you expect the groups to move around? Because obviously they're seeding now into qualifying groups. How much do you think the groups will change from the time practice groups to the qualifying groups?
They can change quite a lot. It all depends on how they were seeded for practice.
Yeah.
It can be a bit hard for the organiser, especially if you have people who haven't racers who haven't entered for a few years.
Yeah.
It can be difficult. So I don't think they'll move around too much amongst the top heats, but you might get just a single driver bump up quite a lot.
Yeah. I guess if
exactly
you're
what Steph's just said. I think that the top kind of stays relatively constant. They're known quantities. It's further down the field when you've got quick locals and stuff like that. It can be a bit more variable.
Got ya.
Matthias Knopp leading away with the number 3 car. So Matthias, the sort of white front, yellow centre, pink rear, and he's just put it on the grass in the sweeper. So that's still catching people out. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. It's a bit of a catch-22 that, because you want to commit to that corner because it's where the lap time comes from, but equally you're not going to do a quick lap if you're on the grass. So Andy Murray currently the quickest. Andy running race paint, actually. The car number 2, the white and car with the red top on it. Comes down the main straight. So Andy Murray still leading this one over 3 laps. So Andy pulling sort of dual duty this weekend as driver and as mechanic stroke team support. Looks like Matthias has bumped himself to the front, so Matthias is the car just behind Andy. So we've got the pair of them in shot, and the 6 car of Tim Coman has just made a bit of a mistake. So let's sort of watch these 2 cars. Andy Murray
the front of these two. Let's see how Andy copes with Matthias Knopp, but just winding on that bit of pressure, and Andy just opens up and lets Matthias slide through. Off down the main straight once more. So Matthias Knopp now in front of Andy Murray. Looks like Andy's just actually backed out of it very slightly. So let's move our focus forward one car onto Matthias. These two going away quite nicely from the rest of the field. Matthias just stretching away now from Andy. So Matthias looking like he's got some pretty potent pace in his car. Checking where he's at. He's 46.581 over 3 laps. Andy with a 46.9 over 3. Those two the only drivers in this heat who have gone sub 47 seconds. Andy looking like he's caught a bit of a second wind now, actually, charging back towards the back of Matthias Knopp. So Matthias, some quick pace early on, but now looks like Andy's pretty rapidly closing towards the back of him. We're just past the 3-minute mark in the run. So this could well be Andy having a bit of a better race car than he has a 3-lap car. Pair of them closing in on the 7 car of Benjamin Jabira. Benjamin gets out of the way of the pair of them very nicely. Let's see if we can see where Andy seems to be gaining time on Matthias. The gap's actually stayed fairly constant now, so it seems to have pegged the gap. There's not a huge amount of time that Andy's taking out, and he's just run a little bit too hot into that corner just before the loop there. Pair of them catching the 8 car of Robin Iserman. Which is coming up towards their finishing times. Should be as they cross the loop this time. So Matthias Knopp still going to stay in front of Andy.
Well, there we go, Heat 14 in the books, and I'm looking down the Hall of Fame, and Bruno Cahello has held this title for the last 3 years. He says it's his favourite class, and he's won it twice in Slovakia on his, I suppose, his manufacturer's home track, but his home track is obviously in Portugal, and he won it last year in Turkheim. Behind him, obviously, Ronald Volker has won this more than any other driver, I believe. Looking at the numbers, he's won it 3 times before that, and then another smattering of times before that, in fact dating back all the way to 2007. So Ronald Volker won this championship many times over the years. He had a bit of bad luck and struggled, I think, in Turkheim last year. But we were talking about Mark Reinhardt. He's only won it twice. He's obviously a fantastic racer, world champion in several classes, and in other classes also a European champion. But this class, he's had this twice. We're all waiting to see, is he going to replicate the speed that we saw in time practice 1?
Yeah, well, he's made a big change. He's been running the automatics car for quite a while, but he's actually changed electrics. He's now running Team Coyote Electrics, which is headed by Oscar Janssen, formerly of Team Orion. So he might have found, because in modified, you know, it's all about the feel. So he might have just changed electrics, and he's got a good feeling with the car. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on him over the weekend.
Cool.
Cars out on track at the moment, so this is the penultimate heat. What do we got? Oliver Havranek currently on top, but they've only completed 1 lap. Just going to see where they end up after 3 laps. Like we've kind of been seeing, like after lap 4, the order gets pretty much set unless someone's made a bit of a mistake early on. So just seeing where they're tracking, 45.945, 45.2 from Oliver Havranek. So that is seriously rapid, because Mark Reinhard was a 45.4. So Oliver Havranek's time actually has put him, that will put him to the front. Let's see if we can find him with the 4 car. Oliver is normally an orange coloured car, and indeed there he is. He's just crossing the timing line now, so he's the second of the 2 orange coloured cars. Oliver Havranek then moving himself currently to the front. Obviously the top heat is still to run, but the pace improving as the track temperature drops. But Oliver Havranek still 45.214 over 3 consecutive laps. So absolutely stunning time he's put together there. And just give you an idea, his best lap time is a 14.957, so like pretty much 15 seconds. And he's done a 45.2 over 3 laps. So that's pretty much like 3, like bang, 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 all within a tenth of a second of one another. So that's super impressive, really, that he's managed to just reel off those 3 like consecutive laps, all that close to one another, straight from the off. So Oliver Havranek looking like he's going to have pumped himself up into the top heat. Chrissy Crapp, he has done a 45.945. That would move him into, where's that going to have put him? 945. That's going to have put him 5th. So he'll be fancying his chances as well. Looking pretty good for him. He is... he's the other orange-coloured car, so key to being fast in this heat appears to be an all-orange-coloured body shell. Let's have a look at Chrissy. He's just down the main straight now, so slightly brighter orange, although I'm not sure you'd actually make that out on screen, but very, very subtle difference between the 2 of them. But, Oliver Havranek, quickest over 3. Chrissy Crapp, who we're running with, in 2nd position, looking to move himself into 5th overall in the standings currently. Successfully navigated some traffic. Times are going to kind of settle down. No one really looking like they're making any massive jumps now through the order. Still on 45.214. So we've got to remember 1 minute to go. Let's move back to the other orange car of Oliver Havranek. So he's just down the main straight. There we go.
45.214. That's the magic time that we need to remember over 3 laps. To see if anybody in the top heat can beat it. I would imagine they've got a fairly good shout, but then we thought that potentially about stock as well, and didn't happen. So just coming in for their finishing times. Then we have but 5 minutes of track action left for the day, which will round out all of seeding. So just to remain who is top seed. Remember 45.214, the magic numbers.
So 45.214, what do we put that down to? The fact that he's so much faster? Is it track conditions improving? Is it more track time experience?
Well, normally the track does go faster by the end of the day, so
we could see something even faster now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you see the majority of these guys beat that, but at the same time, well, we don't know until we've gone round.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
But yeah, all eyes on Mark now to see if he can repeat his control practice 1.
Well, he might not have the luxury of Bruno having an issue. Was it who? There were two drivers. Did Roeselare have an issue as well? On the last
they
time
both had a
out?
half spin in the sweeper. They both had a half spin in the sweeper, but to be fair, it doesn't really. I mean, I think that helped because it was like we said, the first lap. You don't tend to be that quick because you're accelerating across the line still, but then it tends to be like lap 2, 3, 4. That's when everything's as fresh as it can be. That's when you've got the most traction from your tyres. Everything's nice and cool in the car still. Not so much in mod, but you've still got that little bit extra battery voltage, particularly in stock. So that tends to be when you do the hot laps. Mark sets off. Let's see what his opening lap is. Just watch around the sweeper. It sticks. Everybody's has stuck. So Mark with a 15.1, 14.9 for Michael. So that's a good opening gambit from Michael Olowski. It's a 14.7 from Michael, a 14.9 from Mark. So we're going to start seeing some 3-lap times appearing now. Michael Olowski hits the top from Mark Reinhard. Michael Olowski with a 44.669. So Michael Olowski is at the top. Mark Reinhard, 45.198. He's just about done it. But we could be looking at Lucas Urban, 45.302. That's not enough. Alex Hagberg, 45.1. Lucas Urban now 45.186. So Lucas has got himself in the mix as well. We are watching, though, Mark Reinhard being chased by Michael Olowski. Looks like Michael Olowski is in a very good position to join Ollie Payne as the top seed for their respective classes. So Lucas running in second position. Bruno's transponder does not appear to be counting. So Bruno is on track, but he doesn't appear to have any times counting for him. We're still watching. Mark has now opened up and let Michael through. So these two white cars charging around. Let's just pick up the 7 car of Lucas Urban. He is just coming out down the main straight now. He is the white and green coloured car. There's 2 white and green coloured cars, but that's the one of Lucas. Michael Olowski from Lucas Urban and Mark Reinhard. Alex Hagberg is in 4th. 45.226. So 44.6. So like half a second quicker over 3 laps for Michael Orlowski. We've run with Lucas for a little bit, but let's watch these lead two again, just coming off the banking. Let's pick up the first one of those. That is Michael Orlowski. We've got Mark Reinhard, who be interesting to see where Michael is quicker, if indeed Michael is quicker at this point in the run. Because of course we've been focusing on 3 laps, but we're now looking at 5-minute times. Just going to check that Bruno's actually going to be safe in the top heat with his round 1 time, 45.982.
you.